Hello. Today I'll be reading Capital, a Critique of Political Economy, Volume 1, Book 1, The Process of Production of Capital by Karl Marx. First published in German in 1867, in English in 1887. The source is the first English edition of 1887. For German edition, changes included as indicated, with some modernization of spelling. The publisher is Progress Publishers, Moscow, USSR. Translated by Samuel Moore and Edward Evelyn. Edited by Frederick Ingalls. Online version, Marx and Engels Internet Archive, Marxist.org, 1995 and 1999, which is what I am currently reading it on. Transcribed by Zodiac Henrik Kuhls, Ellen Torot, Bill McDorman, Bert Schultz, and Martha Gimmons, 1995-1996. HTML markup is by Stephen Bard and Brian Baggins, 1999. Proofed and corrected by Andy Blunden and Chris Clayton in 2008, Mark Harris in 2010, and David Allenson in 2015. And then you have the various formats the work is in, PDF, EPUB, etc. The table of contents includes the prefaces and afterwords. Part 1, which is Commodities and Money, which includes Chapter 1, Commodities, Chapter 2, Exchange, Chapter 3, Money or the Circulation of Commodities. Part 2 includes, it's called the Transformation of Money into Capital, which includes the chapters 4, the General Formula for Capital, Chapter 5, the contradictions in the general formula of capital. Chapter 6, the buying and selling of labor power. Part 3, the production of absolute surplus value, which includes Chapter 7, the labor process and the process of producing surplus value. Chapter 8, constant capital and variable capital. Chapter 9, the rate of surplus value. Chapter 10, the working day. Chapter 11, rate and mass of surplus value. Part 4, production of relative surplus value, which includes Chapter 12, the concept of relative surplus value. Chapter 13, cooperation. Chapter 14, division of labor and manufacture. Chapter 15, machinery and modern industry. Part 5, the production of absolute and of relative surplus value, which includes Chapter 16, absolute and relative surplus value. Chapter 17, changes of magnitude and the price of labor power and in surplus value. Chapter 18, various formula for the rate of surplus value. Part 6, wages, includes Chapters 19, the transformation of the value and respective price of labor power into wages. Chapter 20, time wages. Chapter 21, piece wages. Chapter 22, national differences of wages. Part 7, the accumulation of capital, includes Chapter 23, simple reproduction. Chapter 24, conversion of surplus value into capital. Chapter 25, the general law of capitalist accumulation. Part 8, primitive accumulation, includes Chapter 26, the secret of primitive accumulation. Chapter 27, expropriation of the agricultural population from the land. Chapter 28, bloody legislation against the expropriated from the end of the 15th century, forcing down of wages by acts of parliament. Chapter 29, genesis of the capitalist farmer. Chapter 30, reaction of the agricultural revolution on industry, creation of the home market for industrial capital. Chapter 31, genesis of the industrial capitalist. Chapter 32, historical tendency of capitalist accumulation. And Chapter 33, the modern theory of colonization. Appendix to the first German edition, the value form. And yep, that's the work and its contents. We will be starting off at the prefaces and afterwords. First, the dedication to Wilhelm Wolff. Dedicated to my unforgettable friend Wilhelm Wolff, intrepid, faithful, noble protagonist of the proletariat, born in Tarnow on June 21st, 1809, died in exile in Manchester on May 9th, 1864. The preface to the first German edition, 1867. The work, the first volume of which I now submit to the public, forms the continuation of The Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, a contribution to the criticism of political economy, published in 1859. The long pause between the first part and the continuation is due to an illness of many years, duration that again and again interrupted my work. The substance of that earlier work is summarized in the first 3 chapters of this volume. This is done not merely for the sake of connection and completeness. The presentation of the subject matter is improved. As far as circumstances in any way permit, many points only hinted at in the earlier book are here worked out more fully, whilst, conversely, points worked out fully there are only touched upon in this volume. The sections on the history of the theories of value and of money are now, of course, left out altogether. The reader of the earlier work will find, however, in notes to the first chapter additional sources of reference relative to the history of those theories. Every beginning is difficult, holds in all sciences. To understand the first chapter, especially the section that contains the analysis of commodities, will therefore present the greatest difficulty. That which concerns more especially the analysis of the substance of value and of the magnitude of value, I have, as much as it was possible, popularized. Footnote 1. This is the more necessary as even the section of Ferdinand Lassalle's work against Gilles Deleuze, in which he professes to give the quote-unquote intellectual quintessence, end quote, of my explanation on these subjects, contains important mistakes. If Ferdinand Lassalle has borrowed almost literally from my writings, and without any acknowledgement, all the general theoretical propositions in his economic works, example, those on the historical character of capital, on the connection between the conditions of production and the mode of production, etc., even to the terminology created by me, this may perhaps be due to purposes of propaganda. I am here, of course, not speaking of his detailed working out and application of these propositions, with which I have nothing to do. The value form, whose fully developed shape is the money form, is very elementary and simple. Nevertheless, the human mind has, for more than 2,000 years, sought in vain to get to the bottom of it all, whilst, on the other hand, through the successful analysis of much more composite and complex forms, there has been at least an approximation. Why? Because the body, as an organic whole, is more easy of study than are the cells of that body. In the analysis of economic forms, moreover, neither microscopes nor chemical reagents are of use. The force of abstraction must replace both. But in bourgeois society, the commodity form of the product of labor, or value form of the commodity, is the economic cell form. To the superficial observer, the analysis of these forms seems to turn upon minutiae. It does in fact deal with minutiae, but they are of the same order as those dealt with in microscopic anatomy. With the exception of the section on Therefore, this volume cannot stand accused on the score of difficulty. I presuppose, of course, a reader who is willing to learn something new and therefore to think for himself. The physicist either observes physical phenomena where they occur in their most typical form and most free form, disturbing influence, or wherever possible, he makes experiments under conditions that assure the occurrence of the phenomenon in its normality. In this work, I have to examine the capitalist mode of production, and the conditions of production and exchange corresponding to that mode. Up to the present time, their classic ground is England. That is the reason why England is used as the chief illustration in the development of my theoretical ideas. If, however, the German reader shrugs his shoulders at the condition of the English industrial and agricultural laborers, or in optimist fashion comforts himself with the thought that in Germany things are not nearly so bad, I must plainly tell him, de tu fablu n'ere tu. It is of you that the story is told, Horace. Intrinsically, it is not a question of the higher or lower degree of development of the social antagonisms that result from the natural laws of capitalist production. It is a question of these laws themselves, of these tendencies working with iron necessity towards inevitable results. The country that is more developed industrially only shows, still less developed, the image of its own future. But apart from this, where capitalist production is fully naturalized among the Germans, for instance, in the factories proper, the condition of things is much worse than in England, because the counterpoise of the Factory Act is wanting. In all other spheres, we, like all the rest of continental Western Europe, suffer not only from the development of capitalist production, but also from the incompleteness of that development. Alongside the modern evils, a whole series of inherited evils oppress us, arising from the passive survival of antiquated modes of production, with their inevitable strain of social and political anachronisms. We suffer not only from the living, but from the dead. Les morts assit les vifs. The dead holds the living in his grasp. Formula of French common law. The social statistics of Germany and the rest of continental Western Europe are, in comparison with those of England, wretchedly compiled, but they rise the veil just enough to let us catch a glimpse of the Medusa head behind it. We should be appalled at the state of things at home, if, as in England, our governments and parliaments appointed periodically commissions of inquiry into economic conditions. If these commissions were armed with the same plenary powers to get at the truth, if it was possible to find for this purpose men as competent, as free from partisanship and respective persons as are the English factory inspectors, her medical reports on public health, her commissioners of inquiry into the exploitation of women and children, into housing and food. Perseus wore a magic cap down over his eyes and ears as a make-believe that there are no monsters. Let us not deceive ourselves on this. As in the 18th century, the American War of Independence sounded the tocsin for the European middle class, so that in the 19th century, the American Civil War sounded it for the European working class. In England, the process of social disintegration is palpable. When it has reached a certain point, it must react on the continent. There it will take a form more brutal or more humane, according to the degree of development of the working class itself. Apart from higher motives, therefore, their own most important interests dictate to the classes that are for the nonce the ruling ones, the removal of all legally removable hindrances to the free development of the working class. For this reason, as well as others, I have given so large a space in this volume to the history, the details, and results of English factory legislation. One nation can and should learn from others. And even when a society has got upon the right track for the discovery of the natural laws of its movement, and it is the ultimate aim of this work to lay bare the economic law of motion of modern society, it can neither be cleared by bold leaps nor removed by legal enactments, the obstacles offered by the successive phases of its normal development. But it can shorten and lessen the birth pangs. To prevent possible misunderstanding a word, I paint the capitalist and the landlord in no sense couleur de rose, i.e., seen through rose-tinted glasses. But here individuals are dealt with only insofar as they are the personifications of economic categories, embodiments of particular class relations and class interests. My standpoint, from which the evolution of economic formation of society is viewed as a process of natural history, can less than any other make the individual responsible for relations whose creature he socially remains, however much he may subjectively raise himself above them. In the domain of political economy, free scientific inquiry meets not merely the same enemies as in all other domains. The peculiar nature of the materials it deals with summons as foes into the field of battle the most violent, mean, and malignant passions of the human breast, the furies of private interest. The English established church, example, will more readily pardon an attack on 38 of its 39 articles than on 1/39 of its income. Nowadays, atheism is culpa levis, a relatively slight sin, mortal sin, as compared with criticism of existing property relations. Nevertheless, there is an unmistakable advance. I refer, example, to the Blue Book published within the last few weeks. Quote, correspondence with Her Majesty's mission abroad regarding industrial questions and trades unions. End quote. The representatives of the English crown in foreign countries there declare in so many words that in Germany, or in France, to be brief, in all the civilized states of the European continent, radical change in the existing relations between capital and labor is as evident and inevitable as in England. At the same time, on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, Mr. Wade, Vice President of the United States, declared in public meetings that after the abolition of slavery, a radical change of the relations of capital and of property and land is next upon the order of the day. These are signs of the times, not to be hidden by purple mantles or black Cossacks. They do not signify that tomorrow a miracle will happen. They show that, within the ruling classes themselves, a foreboding is dawning, that the present society is no solid crystal, but an organism capable of change, and is constantly changing. The second volume of this book will treat of the process of the circulation of capital, Book 2, and of the varied forms assumed by capital in the course of its development, Book 3. The third and last volume, Book 4, the history of the theory. Every opinion based on scientific criticism I welcome. As to prejudices of so-called public opinion to which I have never made concessions, now as aforetime the maxim of the great Florentine is mine. Seguir il tuo corso e lasciare le genti. Follow your own course and let people talk. Paraphrase from Dante. Karl Marx, London in July 25th, 1867. Preface to the French edition, 1872. To the citizen Maurice Lacotte. Dear citizen, I applaud your idea of publishing the translation of Das Kapital as a serial. In this form, the book will be more accessible to the working class, a consideration which to me outweighs everything else. That is the good side of your suggestion. But here's the reverse of the medal. The method of analysis which I have employed, and which had not previously been applied to economic subjects, makes the reading of the first chapter rather arduous, and it is to be feared that the French public, always impatient to come to a conclusion, eager to know the connection between general principles and the immediate questions that have aroused their passions, may be disheartened because they will be unable to move on at once. That is a disadvantage I am powerless to overcome, unless it be by forewarning and forearming those readers who zealously seek the truth. There is no royal road to science, and only those who do not dread the fatiguing climb of its steep paths have a chance of gaining its luminous summits. Believe me, dear citizen, your devoted Karl Marx, London, March 18th, 1872. 1873 afterward to the second German edition. I must start by informing the readers of the first edition about the alterations made in the second edition. One is struck at once by the clearer arrangement of the book. Additional notes are everywhere marked as notes to the second edition. The following are the most important points with regard to the text itself. In Chapter 1, Section 1, the derivation of value from an analysis of the equations by which every exchange value is expressed has been carried out with greater scientific strictness. Likewise, the connection between the substance of value and the determination of the magnitude of value by socially necessary labor time, which was only alluded to in the first edition, is now expressly emphasized. Chapter 1, Section 3, the form of value, has been completely revised, a task which was made necessary by the double exposition in the first edition, if nothing else. Let me remark, in passing, that the double exposition had been occasioned by my friend Dr. L. Kreutzmann in Hanover. I was visiting him in the spring of 1867 when the first proof sheets arrived from Hamburg, and he convinced me that most readers needed a supplementary, more didactic explanation of the form of value. The last section of the first chapter, the fetishism of commodities, etc., has largely been altered. Chapter 3, Section 1, the measure of value, has been carefully revised because in the first edition this section had been treated negligently. The reader having been referred to the explanation already given in the Critique de Politischen Economie, Berlin, 1859. Chapter 7, particularly Part 2, has been rewritten to a great extent. It would be a waste of time to go into all the partial textual changes, which were often purely stylistic. They occur throughout the book. Nevertheless, I find now, on revising the French translation appearing in Paris, that several parts of the German original stand in need of rather thorough remodeling. Other parts require rather heavy stylistic editing, and still others painstaking elimination of occasional slips. But there was no time for that, for I had been informed only in the autumn of 1871, when, in the midst of other urgent work, that the book was sold out and that the printing of the second edition was to begin in January of 1872. The appreciation which Das Kapital rapidly gained in wide circles of the German working class is the best reward of my labors. Herr Mayer, a Vienna manufacturer, who in economic matters represents the bourgeois point of view, in a pamphlet published during the Franco-German War, aptly expounded the idea that the great capacity for theory, which used to be considered a hereditary German possession, had almost completely disappeared amongst so-called educated classes in Germany, but that amongst its working class, on the contrary, that capacity was celebrating its revival. To the present moment, political economy in Germany is a foreign science. Gustav von Gulick, in his work, Historical Description of Commerce Industry, etc., especially in the two first volumes published in 1830, has examined at length the historical circumstances that prevented, in Germany, the development of the capitalist mode of production and consequently the development in that country of modern bourgeois society. Footnote 1. Gestellig Darstellung des Handels der Gräb und des Arbeitgebers, etc. von Gustav von Glick, Volumes 5, Jena, 1830-45. Thus, the soil whence political economy springs was wanting. This quote-unquote science had to be imported from England and France as a ready-made article. Its German professors remained schoolboys. The theoretical expression of a foreign reality was turned in their heads into a collection of dogmas, interpreted by them in terms of the petty trading world around them, and therefore misinterpreted. The feeling of scientific impotence, a feeling not wholly to be repressed, and the uneasy consciousness of having to touch a subject in reality foreign to them, was but imperfectly concealed, either under a parade of literary and historical erudition, or by an admixture of extraneous material borrowed from the so-called quote-unquote chimeral sciences, a medley of semantics through whose purgatory the hopeful candidate for the German bureaucracy has to pass. Since 1848, capitalist production has developed rapidly in Germany, and at the present time it is in the full bloom of speculation and swindling. But fate is still unpropitious to our professional economists. At the time when they were able to deal with political economy in a straightforward fashion, modern economic conditions did not actually exist in Germany. And as soon as these conditions did come into existence, they did so under circumstances that no longer allowed of their being really and impartially investigated within the bounds of the bourgeois horizon. Insofar as political economy remains within that horizon, insofar, i.e., as the capitalist regime is looked upon as the absolutely final form of social production, instead of as a passing historical phase of its evolution, political economy can remain a science only so long as the class struggle is latent or manifests itself only in isolated and sporadic phenomena. Let us take England. Its political economy brings to the period in which the class struggle was as yet underdeveloped. Its last great representative, Ricardo, in the end, consciously makes the antagonism of class interests, of wages and profits and rent, the starting point of his investigations, naively taking this antagonism for a social law of nature. But by this start, the science of bourgeois economy had reached the limits beyond which it could not pass. Already in the lifetime of Ricardo, and in opposition to him, it was met by criticism in the person of Sismondi. Footnote 2, see my work, Zur Kritik, page 39. The succeeding period from 1820 to 1830 was notable in England for scientific activity in the domain of political economy. It was a time as well of the vulgarizing and extending of Ricardo's theory as the contest of that theory with the old school. Splendid tournaments were held. What was done then is little known to the continent generally because the polemic is, for the most part, scattered through articles and reviews, occasional literature and pamphlets. The unprejudiced character of this polemic, although the theory of Ricardo already serves, in exceptional cases, as a weapon of attack upon bourgeois economy, is explained by the circumstances of the time. On the one hand, modern industry itself was only just emerging from the age of childhood, as is shown by the fact that with the crisis of 1825, it for the first time opens the periodic cycle of its modern life. On the other hand, the class struggle between capital and labor is forced into the background, politically by the discord between the governments and the feudal aristocracy gathered around the Holy Alliance on the one hand, and the popular masses led by the bourgeoisie on the other, economically by the quarrel between industrial capital and aristocratic landed property, a quarrel that in France was concealed by the opposition between small and large landed property, and that in England broke out openly after the Corn Laws. The literature of political economy in England at this time calls to mind the storming forward movement in France after Dr. Quesnay's death, but only as a saint. Martin's summer reminds us of spring. With the year 1830 came the decisive crisis. In France and in England, the bourgeoisie had conquered political power. Thenceforth, the class struggle, practically as well as theoretically, took on more and more outspoken and threatening forms. It sounded the knell of scientific bourgeois economy. It was henceforth no longer a question whether this theorem or that was true, but whether it was useful to capital or harmful, expedient or inexpedient, politically dangerous or not. In place of disinterested inquirers, there were hired prize fighters in place of genuine scientific research, the bad conscience and the evil intent of apologetic. Still, even the obtrusive pamphlets with which the Anti-Corn Law League, led by the manufacturers, Cobden and Bright, deluged the world, have a historical interest, if no scientific one, on account of their polemic against the landed aristocracy. But since then, the free trade legislation inaugurated by Sir Robert Peel has deprived vulgar economy of this, its last sting. The Continental Revolution of 1848-49 also had its reaction in England. Men who still claimed some scientific standing and aspired to be something more than mere sophists and sycophants of the ruling classes tried to harmonize the political economy of capital with the claims, no longer to be ignored, of the proletariat. Hence a shallow syncretism, of which John Stuart Mill is the best representative. It is a declaration of bankruptcy by bourgeois economy, an event on which the great Russian scholar and critic N. Tertiashevsky has thrown the light of a mastermind in his, quote, Outlines of Political Economy according to Mill, end quote. In Germany, therefore, the capitalist mode of production came to a head, after its antagonistic character had already, in France and England, shown itself in a fierce strife of classes. And meanwhile, moreover, the German proletariat had attained a much more clear class consciousness than the German bourgeoisie. Thus, at the very moment when a bourgeois science of political economy seemed at last possible in Germany, it had in reality again become impossible. Under these circumstances, its professors fell into two groups. The one set, prudent, practical business folk, flocked to the banner of Bastiat, the most superficial and therefore the most adequate representative of the apologetic of vulgar economy. The other, proud of the professorial dignity of their science, followed John Stuart Mill in his attempt to reconcile irreconcilables. Just as in the classical time of bourgeois economy, so also in the time of its decline, the Germans remained mere schoolboys, imitators, and followers, petty retailers, and hawkers in the service of the great foreign wholesale concern. The peculiar historical development of German society therefore forbids, in that country, all original work in bourgeois economy, but not the criticism of that economy. So far as such criticism represents a class, it can only represent the class whose vocation in history is the overthrow of the capitalist mode of production and the final abolition of all classes, the proletariat. The learned and unlearned spokesmen of the German bourgeoisie tried at first to kill Das Kapital by silence, as they had managed to do with my earlier writings. As soon as they found that these tactics no longer fitted in with the conditions of the time, they wrote under pretense of criticizing my book prescriptions, quote, for the tranquilization of the bourgeois mind, end quote. But they found in the workers' press, see example Joseph Deitzkin's articles in the Volksstadt, antagonists stronger than themselves, to whom, down to this very day, they owe a reply. Footnote 3. The mealy-mouthed blabbers of German vulgar economy fell foul of the style of my book. No one can feel the literary shortcomings in Das Kapital more strongly than I myself. Yet I will, for the benefit and the enjoyment of these gentlemen and their public, quote in this connection one English and one Russian notice. The Saturday Review, always hostile to my views, said in its notice of the first edition, quote, the presentation of the subject invests the driest economic questions with a certain peculiar charm, end quote. The, quote, St. Petersburg Journal, end quote, St. Petersburg for the Mosti, in its issue of April 8th, 20th, 1872, says, quote, the presentation of the subject, with the exception of one or two exceptionally special parts, is distinguished by its comprehensibility by the general reader, its clearness, and, in spite of the scientific intricacy of the subject, by an unusual liveliness. In this respect, the author in no way resembles the majority of the German scholars who write their books in a language so dry and obscure that the heads of ordinary mortals are cracked by it, end quote. An excellent Russian translation of Das Kapital appeared in the spring of 1872. The edition of 3,000 copies is already nearly exhausted. As early as 1871, N. Sibir, professor of political economy in the University of Kiev, in his work, David Ricardo's Theory of Value and of Capital, referred to my theory of value, of money and of capital, as in its fundamentals a necessary sequel to the teaching of Smith and Ricardo. That which astonishes the Western European in the reading of this excellent work is the author's consistent and firm grasp of the purely theoretical position. That the method employed in Das Kapital has been little understood is shown by the various conceptions, contradictory one to another, that have been formed of it. Thus, the Paris Review Positivity reproaches me in that, on the one hand, I treat economics metaphysically, and, on the other hand, confine myself to the mere critical analysis of actual facts instead of writing receipts. Footnote 4. Recipte, translated as receipt, which in the 19th century meant recipe. And Ben Fawkes, for example, translates this as recipe. Marx's Internet Archive footnote. Commodities ones for the cookshops of the future. In answer to the reproach and response metaphysics, Professor Sibir has it, quote, insofar as it deals with actual theory, the method of Marx is the deductive method of the whole English school, a school whose failings and virtues are common to the best theoretic economists, unquote. And Blanc, quote, les théoriciens du socialisme in allemand extrait du journal des économistes, Juliet et Hot, 1872, end quote, makes the discovery that my method is analytic and says, quote, par cet average en Marx, si classe problème, les esprits analytiques, les plus éliminés, unquote. Quote, by this work, Mr. Marx ranks among the most eminent analytical minds, end quote. German reviews, of course, shriek out at quote-unquote Hegelian sophistics, unquote. The European Messenger of St. Petersburg, in an article dealing exclusively with the method of quote-unquote Das Kapital, May number 1872, page 427 to 436, finds my method of inquiry severely realistic, but my method of presentation, unfortunately, German dialectical. It says, quote, at first sight, if the judgment is based on the external form of the presentation of the subject, Marx is the most ideal of ideal philosophers, always in the German, i.e., the bad sense of the word. But in point of fact, he is infinitely more realistic than all his forerunners in the work of economic criticism. He can in no sense be called an idealist. Unquote. I cannot answer the writer better than my aid of a few extracts from his own criticism, which may interest some of my readers to whom the Russian original is inaccessible. After a quotation from the preface to my criticism of political economy, Berlin, 1859, page 4 to 7, where I discuss the materialistic basis of my method, the writer goes on. The one thing which is of moment to Marx is to find the law of the phenomena with whose investigation he is concerned. And not only is that law of moment to him which governs these phenomena, insofar as they have a definite form and mutual connection within a given historic period. Of still greater moment to him is the law of their variation, of their development, i.e., of their transition from one form into another, from one series of connections into a different one. This law once discovered, he investigates in detail the effects in which it manifests itself in social life. Consequently, Marx only troubles himself about one thing, to show, by rigid scientific investigation, the necessity of successive determinate orders of social conditions, and to establish as impartially as possible the facts that serve him for fundamental starting points. For this it is quite enough if he proves at the same time both the necessity of the present order of things and the necessity of another order into which the first must inevitably pass over, and this all the same, whether men believe or do not believe it, whether they are conscious or unconscious of it. Marx treats the social movement as a process of natural history, governed by laws not only independent of human will, consciousness, and intelligence, but rather, on the contrary, determining that will, consciousness, and intelligence, if in the history of civilization the conscious element plays a part so subordinate, then it is itself evident that a critical inquiry whose subject matter is civilization can less than anything else have for its basis any form or any result of consciousness. That is to say that not the idea, but the material phenomenon alone can serve as its starting point. Such an inquiry will confine itself to the confrontation and the comparison of a fact not with ideas, but with another fact. For this inquiry, the one thing of moment is that both facts will be investigated as accurately as possible, and that they actually form each other with respect to the other, different momenta of an evolution. But most important of all is the rigid analysis of the series of successions, of the sequences and concatenations in which the different stages of such an evolution present themselves. But it will be said the general law of economic life are one and the same, no matter whether they are applied to the present or the past. This Marx directly denies. According to him, such abstract laws do not exist. On the contrary, in his opinion, every historical period has laws of its own. As soon as society has outlived a given period of development and is passing over from one given stage to another, it begins to be subject also to other laws. In a word, economic life offers us a phenomenon analogous to the history of evolution and other branches of biology. The old economists misunderstood the nature of economic laws when they likened them to the laws of physics and chemistry. A more thorough analysis of phenomena shows that social organisms differ among themselves as fundamentally as plants or animals. Nay, one and the same phenomenon falls under quite different laws in consequence of the different structure of those organisms as a whole, of the variation of their individual organs, of the different conditions in which those organs function, etc. Marx, an example, denies that the law of population is the same at all times and in all places. He asserts, on the contrary, that every stage of development has its own law of population, with a varying degree of development of productive power. Social conditions and laws governing them vary too. Whilst Marx sets himself the task of following and explaining from this point of view the economic system established by the sway of capital, he is only formulating in a strictly scientific manner the aim that every accurate investigation into economic life must have. The scientific value of such an inquiry lies in the disclosing of the special laws that regulate the origin, existence, development, death of a given social organism, and its replacement by another and a higher one. And it is this value that, in point of fact, Marx's book has. Whilst the writer pictures what he takes to be actually my method, in this striking and, as far as concerns my own application of it, generous way, what else is he picturing but the dialectic method? Of course, the method of presentation must differ in form from that of inquiry. The latter has to appropriate the material in detail, to analyze its different forms of development, to trace out their interconnection. Only after this work is done can the actual movement be adequately described. If this is done successfully, if the life of the subject matter is ideally reflected, as in a mirror, then it may appear as if we had before us a mere priori construction. My dialectic method is not only different from the Hegelian, but is its direct opposite. To Hegel, the life process of the human brain, i.e., the process of thinking, which under the name of the quote-unquote idea, he even transforms into an independent subject, is the demiurgos of the real world, and the real world is only the external phenomenal form of the idea. With me, on the contrary, the ideal is nothing else than the material world reflected by the human mind, and translated into the forms of thought. The mystifying side of Hegelian dialectic I criticized nearly 30 years ago, at a time when it was still the fashion. But just as I was working at the first volume of Das Kapital, it was the good pleasure of the peevish, arrogant, mediocre Enyovon, Epaganis, Buchner, Düring, and others, who now talk large in cultured Germany, to treat Hegel in the same way as the brave Moses Mendelssohn in Lesson's time treated Spinoza, i.e. as a dead dog. I therefore openly avowed myself the pupil of that mighty thinker, and even here and there in the chapter on the theory of value, co-equated with the modes of expression peculiar to him. The mystification which dialectic suffers in Hegel's hands by no means prevents him from being the first to present its general form of working in a comprehensive and conscious manner. With him it is standing on its head. It must be turned right side up again, if you would discover the rational kernel within the mystical shell. In its mystified form, dialectic became the fashion in Germany because it seemed to transfigure and to glorify the existing state of things. In its rationale form, it is a scandal and abomination to bourgeoisdom, and its doctrinaire professors, because it includes in its comprehension and affirmative recognition of the existing state of things, at the same time also the recognition of the negation of that state, of its inevitable breaking up, because it regards every historical developed social form as in fluid movement, and therefore takes into account its transient nature not less than its momentary existence, because it lets nothing impose upon it, and is in its essence critical and revolutionary. The contradictions inherent in the movement of capitalist society impress themselves upon the practical bourgeois, most strikingly in the change of the periodic cycle through which modern industry runs, and whose crowning point is the universal crisis. That crisis is once again approaching, although as yet but in its preliminary stage, and by the universality of its theater and the intensity of its action, it will drum dialectics even to the heads of the mushroom upstarts of the new, Holy Prusso-German Empire. Karl Marx, London, January 24th, 1873. 1875, Afterword to the French edition. Mr. J. Roy set himself the task of producing a version that would be as exact and even literal as possible, and has scrupulously fulfilled it. But his very scrupulosity has compelled me to modify his text, with a view to rendering it more intelligible to the reader. These alterations, introduced from day to day as the book was published in parts, were not made with equal care and were bound to result in a lack of harmony and style. Having once undertaken this work of revision, I was led to apply it also to the basic original text, the second German edition, to simplify some arguments, to complete others, to give additional historical or statistical material, to add critical suggestions, etc. Hence, whatever the literary defects of this French edition may be, it possesses a scientific value independent of the original and should be consulted even by readers familiar with German. Below, I give the passages in the afterword to the second German edition which treat of the development of political economy in Germany and the method employed in the present work. Karl Marx, London, April 28th, 1875. 1883, Preface to the third German edition. Marx was not destined to get the third edition, ready for press himself. The powerful thinker, to whose greatness even his opponents now make obeisance, died on March 14th, 1883. Upon me, who in Marx lost the best, the truest friend I had, and had for 40 years the friend to whom I am more indebted than can be expressed in words. Upon me now devolved the duty of attending to the publication of this third edition, as well as of the second volume, which Marx had left behind in manuscript. I must now account here to the reader for the way in which I discharged the first part of my duty. It was Marx's original intention to rewrite a great part of the text of Volume 1, to formulate many theoretical points more exactly, insert new ones, and bring historical and statistical materials up to date. But his ailing condition and the urgent need to do the final editing of Volume 2 induced him to give up the scheme. Only the most necessary alterations were to be made. Only the insertions which the French edition, Le Capital, by Karl Marx, Paris Lacroix, 1873, already contained, were to be put in. Among the books left by Marx, there was a German copy which he himself had corrected here and there and provided with references to the French edition, also a French copy in which he had indicated the exact passages to be used. These alterations and additions are confined, with few exceptions, to the last part of the book. The accumulation of capital. Here the previous text followed the original draft more closely than elsewhere, while the preceding sections had been gone over more thoroughly. The style was therefore more vivacious, more of a single cast, but also more careless, studded with anglicisms and in parts unclear. There were gaps here and there in the presentation of arguments, some important particulars being merely alluded to. With regard to the style, Marx had himself thoroughly revised several subsections and thereby had indicated to me here, as well as in numerous oral suggestions, the length to which I could go in eliminating English technical terms and other Anglicisms. Marx would, in any event, have gone over the additions and supplemental texts and have replaced smooth French with his own terse German. I had to be satisfied, when transferring them, with bringing them into maximum harmony with the original text. Thus, not a single word was changed in this third edition without my firm conviction that the author would have altered it himself. It would never occur to me to introduce into Das Kapital the current jargon in which German economists are wont to express themselves. That gibberish in which, for instance, one who for cash has others give him their labor is called a labor giver, Arbeitgeber, and one whose labor is taken away from him for wages is called a labor taker, Arbeitnehmer. In French, too, the word cheval is used in everyday life in the sense of occupation, but the French word would rightly consider any economist crazy should he call the capitalist a donneur de cheval, a labor giver, or the worker a receveur de cheval, a labor taker. Nor have I taken the liberty to convert the English coins and monies, measures, and weights used throughout the text to their new German equivalents. When the first edition appeared, there were as many kinds of measures and weights in Germany as there are days in the year. Besides, there were two kinds of marks. The Reichsmark existed at the time only in the imagination of Sotheby, who had invented it in the late 30s. Two kinds of gulden and at least 3 kinds of thaler, including one called Neus Schätzel. The natural sciences, the metric system prevailed in the world market, English measures and weights. Under such circumstances, English units of measure were quite natural for a book which had to take its factual proofs almost exclusively from British industrial relations. The last named reason is decisive even today, especially because the corresponding relations in the world market have hardly changed, and English weights and measures almost completely control precisely the key industries, iron and cotton. In conclusion, a few words on Marx's art of quotation, which is so little understood. When they are pure statements of fact or descriptions, the quotations from the English Blue Books, for example, serve, of course, as simple documentary proof. But this is not so when theoretical views of other economists are cited. Here, the quotation is intended merely to state where, when, and by whom an economic idea conceived in the course of development was first clearly enunciated. Here, the only consideration is that the economic conception in question must be of some significance to the history of science, that it is the more or less adequate theoretical expression of the economic situation of its time. But whether this conception still possesses any absolute or relative validity from the standpoint of the author, or whether it already has become wholly past history, is quite immaterial. Hence, these quotations are only a running commentary to the text, a commentary borrowed from the history of economic science, and establish the dates and originators of certain of the more important advances in economic theory. And that was a very necessary thing in a science whose historians have so far distinguished themselves only by tendacious ignorance, characteristic of careerists. It will now be understandable why Marx, in consonance with the afterword to the second edition, only in very exceptional cases had occasion to quote German economists. There is hope that the second volume will appear in the course of 1884. Frederick Ingalls, London, November 7th, 1883. 1886, Preface to the English edition. The publication of an English version of Das Kapital needs no apology. On the contrary, an explanation might be expected why this English version has been delayed until now, seeing that for some years past the theories advocated in this book have been constantly referred to, attacked, and defended, interpreted and misinterpreted in the periodical press and the current literature of both England and America. When soon after the author's death in 1883, it became evident that an English edition of the work was really required. Mr. Samuel Moore, for many years a friend of Marx and of the present writer, and than whom perhaps no one is more conversant with the book itself, consented to undertake the translation which the literary executors of Marx were anxious to lay before the public. It was understood that I should compare the manuscript with the original work and suggest such alterations as I might deem advisable. When by and by it was found that Mr. Moore's professional occupations prevented him from finishing the translation as quickly as we all desired, we gladly accepted Dr. Evelyn's offer to undertake a portion of the work. At the same time, Mr. Evelyn, Marx's youngest daughter, offered to check the quotations and to restore the original text of the numerous passages taken from English authors and blue books and translated by Marx into German. This has been done throughout with but a few unavoidable exceptions. The following portions of the books have been translated by Dr. Evelyn. Chapters 10, The Working Day, and Chapter 11, Rate and Mass of Surplus Value. Part 6, Wages comprising chapters, Chapter 10, 19 to Chapter 22. 3 from Chapter 24, Section 4, Circumstances and etc., to the end of the book, comprising the latter of Chapter 24, Chapter 25, and the whole of Part 8, Chapters 26 to Chapters 33. 4. The two authors' prefaces. All the rest of the book has been done by Mr. Moore. While thus each of the translators is responsible for his share of the work alone, I bear a joint responsibility for the whole. The third German edition, which has been made the basis of our work throughout, was prepared by me in 1883, with the assistance of notes left by the author indicating the passage of the second edition to be replaced by designated passages from the French text published in 1873. Footnote 1, Le Capital, par Karl Marx, Traduction de M. J. Roy, Introduction révisé par Terre, Paris Laclat. This translation, especially in the latter part of the book, contains considerable alterations and additions to the text of the second German edition. Continuing. The alterations thus effected in the text of the second edition generally coincided with changes prescribed by Marx in a set of manuscripts. Instructions for an English translation that was planned about 10 years ago in America, but abandoned chiefly for want of a fit and proper translator. This manuscript was placed at our disposal by our old friend Mr. F.A. Sorge of Hoboken, N.J. It designates some further interpolations from the French edition, but being so many years older than the final instructions for the third edition, I did not consider myself at liberty to make use of it otherwise than sparingly, and chiefly in cases where it helped us over difficulties. In the same way, the French text has been referred to in most of the difficult passages as an indicator of what the author himself was prepared to sacrifice wherever something of the full import of the original had to be sacrificed in the rendering. There is, however, one difficulty we could not spare the reader: the use of certain terms in a sense different from what they have, not only in common life, but in ordinary political economy. But this was unavoidable. Every new aspect of a science involves a revolution in the technical terms of that science. This is best shown by chemistry, where the whole of the terminology is radically changed about once in 20 years, and where you will hardly find a single organic compound that has not gone through a whole series of different names. Political economy has generally been content to take, just as they were, the terms of commercial and industrial life, and to operate with them, entirely failing to see that by so doing it confined itself with the narrow circle of ideas expressed by those terms. Thus, though perfectly aware that both profits and rent are but subdivisions, fragments of that unpaid part of the product which the laborer has to supply to his employer, its first appropriator, though not its ultimate exclusive owner, yet even classical political economy never went beyond the received notions of profits and rents, never examined this unpaid part of the product, called by Marx surplus product, in its integrity as a whole, and therefore never arrived at a clear comprehension, either of its origin and nature, or of the laws that regulate the subsequent distribution of its value. Similarly, all industry not agricultural or handicraft is indiscriminately comprised in the term of manufacture, and thereby the distinction is obliterated between two great and essentially different periods of economic history. The period of manufacture proper, based on the division of manual labor, and the period of modern industry based on machinery. It is, however, self-evident that a theory which views modern capitalist production as a mere passing stage in the economic history of mankind must make use of terms different from those habitual to writers who look upon that form of production as imperishable and final. A word respecting the author's method of quoting may not be out of place. In the majority of cases, the quotations serve, in the usual way, as documentary evidence in support of assertions made in the text. But in many instances, passages from economic writers are quoted in order to indicate when, where, and by whom a certain proposition was for the first time clearly enunciated. This is done in cases where the proposition quoted is of importance as being a more or less adequate expression of the conditions of social production and exchange prevalent at the time, and quite irrespective of Marx's recognition, or otherwise of its general validity. These quotations, therefore, supplement the text by a running commentary taken from the history of the science. Our translation comprises the first book of the work only, but this first book is in a great measure a whole in itself, and has for 20 years ranked as an independent work. The second book, edited in German by me in 1885, is decidedly incomplete without the third, which cannot be published before the end of 1887. When Book 3 has been brought out in the original German, it would then be soon enough to think about preparing an English edition of both. Das Kapital is often called, on the continent, quote, the Bible of the working class, end quote. That the conclusions arrived at in this work are daily more and more becoming the fundamental principles of the great working class movement, not only in Germany and Switzerland, but in France, in Holland and Belgium, in America, and even in Italy and Spain, that everywhere the working class more and more recognizes in these conclusions the most adequate expression of its condition and of its aspirations. Nobody acquainted with that movement will deny. And in England too, the theories of Marx, even at this moment, exercise a powerful influence upon the socialist movement, which is spreading in the ranks of quote-unquote cultured people no less than in those of the working class. But that is not all. The time is rapidly approaching when a thorough examination of England's economic position will impose itself as an irresistible national necessity. The working of the industrial system of this country, impossible without a constant and rapid extension of production and therefore of markets, is coming to a dead stop. Free trade has exhausted its resources. Even Manchester doubts its quondam economic gospel. Footnote 2. At the quarterly meeting of the Manchester Chamber of Commerce held this afternoon, a warm discussion took place on the subject of free trade. A resolution was moved to the effect that, quote, having waited in vain for 40 years for other nations to follow the free trade example of England, this chamber thinks the time has now arrived to reconsider that position. The resolution was rejected by a majority of one only, the figures being 21 for and 22 against, end quote. Evening Standard, November 1, 1886. Continuing. Foreign industry, rapidly developing, stares English production in the face everywhere, not only in protected but also in neutral markets and even on this side of the channel. While the productive power increases in a geometric, the extension of markets proceeds at best in a arithmetic ratio. The decennial cycle of stagnation, prosperity, overproduction, and crisis, ever recurrent from 1825 to 1867, seems indeed to have run its course, but only to land us in the slough of despond of a permanent and chronic depression. The side for a period of prosperity will not come, as often as we seem to perceive its heralding symptoms, so often do they vanish into air. Meanwhile, each succeeding winter brings up afresh the great question, quote, what to do with the unemployed, end quote. But while the number of the unemployed keeps swelling from year to year, there is nobody to answer that question, and we can almost calculate the moment when the unemployed, losing patience, will take their own fate into their own hands. Surely, at such a moment, the voice ought to be heard of a man whose whole theory is the result of a lifelong study of the economic history and condition of England, and whom that study led to the conclusion that, at least in Europe, England is the only country where the inevitable social revolution might be effected entirely by peaceful and legal means. He certainly never forgot to add that he hardly expected the English ruling classes to submit without a quote-unquote pro-slavery rebellion to this peaceful and legal revolution. Frederick Ingalls, November 5th, 1886. 1890. Preface to the 4th German edition. The 4th edition required that I should establish in fine form, as nearly as possible, both text and footnotes. The following brief explanation I will show how I fulfilled this task. After comparing the French edition and Marx's manuscript remarks, I have made some further additions to the German text from that translation. They will be found on page 80, 3rd edition, page 88, present edition, page 117 to 18, page 456 to 460, 3rd edition, page 509 to 510, present edition, page 462, 402, 465. Footnote 1. In the English edition of 1887, this edition was made by Ingalls himself. Continuing, page 547 to 51, 3rd edition, page 600, present edition, page 548 to 51, page 591 to 93, 3rd edition, page 644, present edition, 587 to 89, and page 596, 3rd edition, page 648, present edition, page 591, and note 1. I have also followed the example of the French and English editions by putting the long footnote on the minors into the text. 3rd edition, page 509 to 15, 4th edition, page 461 to 67, present edition, page 465 to 71. Other small alterations are of a purely technical nature. Further, I have added a few more explanatory notes, especially where changed historical conditions seem to demand this. All these additional notes are enclosed in square brackets and marked either with my initials or DH. Footnote 2. In the present edition, they are put into square brackets and marked with the initials. Continuing, Meanwhile, a complete revision of the numerous quotations had been made necessary by the publication of the English edition. For this edition, Marx's youngest daughter, Eleanor, undertook to compare all the quotations with their originals, so that those taken from English sources, which constitute the vast majority, are given there not as retranslations from the German, but in the original English form. In preparing the fourth edition, it was therefore incumbent upon me to consult this text. The comparison revealed various small inaccuracies. Page numbers wrongly indicated, due partly to mistakes in copying from notebooks and partly to the accumulated misprints of 3 editions, misplaced quotations, or omission marks, which cannot be avoided when a mass of quotations is copied from notebook extracts. Here and there, some rather unhappy translation of a word, particular passages quoted from the old Paris notebooks of 1843 to 45, when Marx did not know English and was reading English economists in French translations, so that the double translation yielded a slightly different shade of meaning. Example, in the case of Stuart, etc., where the English produced the smallest change in the book worth speaking of. There was only one quotation which could not be traced, the one from Richard Jones, 4th edition, page 562, note 47. Marx probably slipped up when writing down the title of the book. Footnote 3. Marx was not mistaken in the title of the book, but in the page. He put down 36 instead of 37. See page 560 to 61 of the present edition. Continuing. All the other quotations retain their cogency in full, or have enhanced it due to their present exact form. Here, however, I am obliged to revert to an old story. I know of only one case in which the accuracy of a quotation given by Marx has been called in question, but as the issue dragged beyond his lifetime, I cannot well ignore it here. On March 7, 1872, there appeared in the Berlin Concordia organ of the German Manufacturers Association an anonymous article entitled, quote, How Karl Marx Quotes, end quote. It was here asserted with an effervescence of moral indignation and unparliamentary language that the quotation from Gladstone's budget speech of April 16, 1863, in the inaugural address of the International Working Men's Association, 1864, and repeated in Capital, Volume 1, page 617, 4th edition, page 671, 3rd edition, present edition, page 610, had been falsified, that not a single word of the sentence, quote, this intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power is entirely confined to classes of property, end quote, was to be found in the semi-official stenographic report in Hansard, quote, but this sentence is nowhere to be found in the Gladstone speech. Exactly the opposite is stated there, end quote, in bold type. Quote, this sentence, both in form and substance, is a lie inserted by Marx, end quote. Marx, to whom the number of Concordia was sent the following May, answered the anonymous author in the Volksstadt of June 1st, as he could not recall which newspaper report he had used for the quotation. He limited himself to citing first the equivalent quotation from 2 English publications, and then the report in the Times, according to which Gladstone says, quote, that is the state of the case as regards the wealth of this country. I must say, for one, I should look almost with apprehension and with pain upon this intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power, if it were my belief that it was confined to classes who are in easy circumstances. This takes no cognizance at all of the condition of the laboring population. The augmentation I have described, and which is founded, I think, upon accurate returns, is an augmentation entirely confined to classes composed of property. End quote. Thus Gladstone says here that he would be sorry if it were so, but it is so. This intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power is entirely confined to classes of property. And as to the semi-official Hansard, Marx goes on to say, quote, in the version which he afterwards manipulated, Zurich Gesumpter, Mr. Gladstone was astute enough to obliterate with Zumpfuschen this passage, which, coming from an English Chancellor of the Exchequer, was certainly compromising. This, by the way, is a traditional usage in the English Parliament, and not an invention gotten up by little Lasker against Bebel. End quote. The anonymous writer gets angrier and angrier. In his answer in Concordia, July 4th, he sweeps aside second-hand sources and demurely suggests that it is the quote-unquote custom to quote parliamentary speeches from the stenographic report, adding, however, that the Times report, which includes the falsified sentence, and the Hansard report, which omits it, are, quote, substantially incomplete agreement, end quote, while the Times report likewise contains, quote, the exact opposite to that notorious passage in the inaugural address, end quote. This fellow carefully conceals the fact that the Times report explicitly includes that self-same, quote-unquote, notorious passage alongside of its alleged, quote-unquote, opposite. Despite all this, however, the anonymous one feels that he is stuck fast and that only some new dodge can save him. Thus, whilst his article bristles, as we have just shown, with quote-unquote impudent mendacity, and is interlarded with such edifying terms of abuse as, quote, bad faith, dishonesty, lying allegation, that spurious quotation, impudent mendacity, a quotation entirely falsified, this falsification, simply infamous, etc., end quote. He finds it necessary to divert the issue to another domain, and therefore promises, quote, to explain in a second article the meaning which we, the non-mendacious anonymous one, attribute to the content of Gladstone's words, end quote. As if his particular opinion, of no decisive value as it is, had anything whatever to do with the matter. This second article was printed in Concordia on July 11th. Marx replied again in the Volksstadt of August 7th, now giving also the report of the passage in question from the Morning Star and the Morning Advertiser of April 17th, 1863. According to both reports, Gladstone said that he would look with apprehension, etc., upon this intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power if he believed it to be confined to classes in easy circumstances. But this augmentation was in fact, quote, entirely confined to classes possessed of property, end quote. So these reports, too, reproduced word for word the sentence alleged to have been lyingly inserted. Marx further established once more, by a comparison of the Times and the Hansard text, that this sentence, which three newspaper reports of identical content appearing independently of one another the next morning proved to have been really uttered, was missing from the Hansard report, revised according to the familiar custom, and that Gladstone, to use Marx's word, quote, had afterwards conjured it away, quote. In conclusion, Marx stated that he had no time for further intercourse with the anonymous one. The latter also seems to have had enough. At any rate, Marx received no further issues of Concordia. With this, the matter appeared to be dead and buried. True, once or twice later on there reached us, from persons in touch with the University of Cambridge, mysterious rumors of an unspeakable literary crime which Marx was supposed to have committed in capital. But despite all investigation, nothing more definite could be learned. Then, on November 29, 1883, 8 months after Marx's death, there appeared in the Times a letter headed Trinity College, Cambridge, and signed Sedley Taylor, in which this little man, who dabbles in the midst sort of cooperative affairs, sees upon some chance pretext or other, at last enlighten us, not only concerning those vague Cambridge rumors, but also the anonymous one in Concordia. Quote, What appears extremely singular, quote, says the little man from Trinity College, quote, is that it was reserved for Professor Brentano, then of the University of Breslau, now of that of Strasbourg, to expose the bad faith which had manifestly dictated the citation made from Mr. Gladstone's speech in the inaugural address. Karl Marx, who attempted to defend the citation, had the hardihood in the deadly shifts to which Brentano's masterly conduct of the attack speedily reduced him to assert that Mr. Gladstone had manipulated the report of his speech in the Times of April 17, 1863, before it appeared in Hansard, in order to obliterate a passage which was certainly compromising for an English Chancellor of the Exchequer. On Brentano's showing, by detailed comparison of the texts, that the reports of the Times and of Hansard agreed in utterly excluding the meaning which craftily isolated quotation had put upon Mr. Gladstone's words, Marx withdrew from further controversy under the plea of want of time. Quote. So that was at the bottom of the whole business, and thus was the anonymous campaign of Herr Brentano in Concordia, gloriously reflected in the productivity cooperating imagination of Cambridge. Thus he stood, sword in hand, and thus he battled in his quote-unquote masterly conducted attack. This St. George of the German Manufacturers Association, whilst the infernal dragon Marx, quote, in his deadly shifts, speedily breathed his last at his feet. All this Aristotelian battle scene, however, only serves to conceal the dodges of our St. George. Here there is no longer talk of quote-unquote line insertion or quote-unquote falsification, but of quote craftily isolated quotation, end quote. The whole issue was shifted, and St. George and his Cambridge Square very well knew why. Eleanor Marx replied in the Monthly Journal today, February 1884, as the Times refused to publish her letter. She once more focused the debate on the sole question at issue: had Marx lyingly inserted that sentence or not? To this, Mr. Sedley Taylor answered that, quote, the question whether a particular sentence did or did not occur in Mr. Gladstone's speech had been, in his opinion, of very subordinate importance, end quote. In the Brentano-Marx controversy, quote, compared to the issue whether the quotation in the speech was made with the intention of conveying or of perverting Mr. Gladstone's meaning, end quote. He then admits that the Times report contains, quote, a verbal contrariety, quote, but if the context is rightly interpreted, i.e., in the Gladstonian liberal sense, it shows that Mr. Gladstone meant to say, today, March 1884, the most comic point here is that our little Cambridge man now insists upon quoting the speech not from Hansard, as, according to the anonymous Brentano, it is quote-unquote customary to do so, but from the Times report, which the same Brentano had characterized as, quote, necessarily bungling, end quote. Naturally so, for in Hansard, the vexatious sentence is missing. Eleanor Marx had no difficulty, in the same issue of today, dissolving all this argumentation into thin air. Either Mr. Taylor had read the controversy of 1872, in which case he was now making not only quote-unquote line assertions, but also line suppressions, or he had not read it and ought to remain silent. In either case, it was certain that he did not care to retain for a moment the accusation of his friend Brentano that Marx had made a lying addition. On the contrary, Marx, it now seems, had not lyingly added, but suppressed an important sentence. But this same sentence is quoted on page 5 of the inaugural address, a few lines before the alleged lying insertion. And as to the contrariety in Gladstone's speech, is it not Marx himself who in Capital, page 618, third edition, page 672, note 105, present edition, page 611, note 1, refers to, quote, the continual crying contradictions in Gladstone's budget speeches of 1863 and 1864, unquote. Only he does not presume allow Mr. Sedley Taylor to resolve them into complacent liberal sentiments. Eleanor Marx, in concluding her reply, finally sums up as follows, quote, Marx has not suppressed anything worth quoting, neither has he lionly added anything, but he has rescued from oblivion, a particular sentence of one of Mr. Gladstone's speeches, a sentence which had indubitably been pronounced, but which somehow or other had found its way out of Hansard. Unquote. With that, Mr. Sedley Taylor too had enough, and the result of this whole professorial cobweb, spun out over 2 decades and 2 great countries, is that nobody has since dared to cast any other aspiration upon Marx's literary honesty, whilst Mr. Sedley Taylor, no doubt, will hereafter put as little confidence in the literary war bulletins of Herr Brentano as Herr Brentano will in the papal infallibility of Hansard. Frederick Ingalls, London, June 25th, 1890. Letter to Frederick Ingalls. 16th of August, 1867, 2 a.m. Dear Fred, I've just finished correcting the last sheet for 9th of the book, so this volume is finished. I owe it to you alone that it was possible. Without your self-sacrifice for me, I could not possibly have managed the immense labor demanded by the 3 volumes. I embrace you, full of thanks. Salute, my dear friend, valued friend, Karl Marx. Part 1, Commodities and Money, Chapter 1, Commodities. Section 1, the 2 factors of a commodity, use value and value, the substance of value and the magnitude of value. The wealth of those societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails presents itself as, quote, an immense accumulation of commodities, end quote. Footnote 1, Karl Marx sur Critique de Politicienne et Économie, Berlin, 1859, page 3. Continuing, its unit being a single commodity. Our investigation must therefore begin with the analysis of a commodity. A commodity is, in the first place, an object outside us, a thing that by its properties satisfies human wants of some sort or another. The nature of such wants, whether, for instance, they spring from the stomach or from fancy, makes no difference. Footnote 2. Desire implies want. It is the appetite of the mind, and as natural as hunger to the body. The greatest number of things of their value from supplying the wants of the mind. Nicholas Barton. A discourse concerning coining the new money lighter, in answer to Mr. Locke's considerations, etc. London, 1696, page 2, page 3. Continuing. Neither are we here concerned to know how the object satisfies these wants, whether directly as means of subsistence or indirectly as means of production. Every useful thing, as iron, paper, etc., may be looked at from the 2 points of view of quality and quantity. It is an assemblage of many properties, and may therefore be of use in various ways. To discover the various uses of things is the work of history. Footnote 3. Things have an intrinsic virtue. This is Barbon's special term for value in use, which in all places have the same virtue, as lodestone to attract iron, quote. Chapter 1, page 6. The property which the magnet possesses of attracting iron become of use only after, by means of that property, the polarity of the magnet had been discovered. Continuing, So also is the establishment of socially recognized standards of measure for the quantities of these useful objects. The diversity of these measures has its origin partly in the diverse nature of the objects to be measured, partly in convention. The utility of a thing makes it a use value. Footnote 4. Quote, the natural worth of anything consists in its fitness to supply the necessities or serve the conveniences of human life. End quote. John Locke, Some Considerations on the Consequences of the Lowering of Interest, 1691. In Works, edited London, 1777, Volume 2, page 28. In English writers of the 17th century, we frequently find worth in the sense of value in use, and value in the sense of exchange value. This is quite in accordance with the spirit of language that likes to use a Teutonic word for the actual thing and a Romance word for its reflection. Continuing, but this utility is not a thing of air, being limited by the physical properties of the commodity. It has no existence apart from that commodity. A commodity such as iron, corn, or a diamond is therefore, so far as it is a material thing, a use value, something useful. This property of a commodity is independent of the amount of labor required to appropriate its useful qualities. When treating of use value, we always assume to be dealing with definite quantities, such as dozens of watches, yards of linen, or tons of iron. The use values of commodities furnish the material for a special study, that of the commercial knowledge of commodities. Footnote 5. In bourgeois societies, the economic factio juris prevails, that everyone, as a buyer, possesses an encyclopedic knowledge of commodities. Continuing. Use values become a reality only by use or consumption. They also constitute the substance of all wealth, whatever may be the social form of that wealth. In the form of society we are about to consider, they are, in addition, the material depositories of exchange value. Exchange value, at first sight, presents itself as a quantitative relation, as the proportion in which values in use of one sort are exchanged for those of another sort. Footnote 6. La valeur consistait dans le rapport d'échange que se trouvait entre les choses et de la hauteur entre de la mesure d'une production et de la mesure d'une activité. Quote, value consists in the exchange relation between one thing and another, between a given amount of one product and a given amount of another. Quote. Le Tronst, quote, de intérêt social, quote, Physiocrats, edition, Dar, Paris, 1846, page 889. Continuing, a relation constantly changing with time and place. Hence, exchange value appears to be something accidental and purely relative, and consequently an intrinsic value, i.e., an exchange value that is inseparably connected with, inherent in commodities, seems a contradiction in terms. Footnote 7. Quote, nothing can have an intrinsic value, end quote. And Bar 1, chapter 1, page 6. Or as Butler says, quote, the value of a thing is just as much as it will bring, end quote. Let us consider the matter a little more closely. A given commodity, example a quart of wheat, is exchanged for X blackly, back, for X blacking, Y silk, or Z gold, etc. In short, for other commodities in the most different proportions, instead of one exchange value, the wheat has therefore a great many, but X blacking, Y silk, or Z gold, etc. Each represents the exchange value of 1/4 of wheat, X blacking, Y silk, Z gold, etc. Must, as exchange values, be replaceable by each other or equal to each other. Therefore, first, the valid exchange values of a given commodity expresses something equal. Secondly, exchange value generally is only the mode of expression, the phenomenal form of something contained in it, yet distinguishable from it. Now let's take two commodities. Example, corn and iron. The proportions in which they are exchangeable, whatever those proportions may be, can always be represented by an equation in which a given quantity of corn is equated to some quantity of iron. Example, 1/4 corn equals X 100th pound iron. What does this equation tell us? It tells us that in two different things, in 1/4 of corn and 100th a 100th pound of iron, there exists in equal quantities something common to both. The two things must therefore be equal to a third, which in itself is neither the one nor the other. Each of them, so far as it is exchange value, must therefore be reducible to this third. A simple geometrical illustration will make this clear. In order to calculate and compare the areas of rectilinear figures, we decompose them into triangles. But the area of the triangle itself is expressed by something totally different from its visible figure, namely by half the product of the base multiplied by the altitude. In the same way, the exchange values of commodities must be capable of being expressed in terms of something common to them all, of which thing they represent a greater or less quantity. This common something cannot be either a geometrical or a chemical or any other natural property of commodities. Such properties claim our attention only insofar as they affect the utility of those commodities, make them use values. But the exchange of commodities is evidently an act characterized by a total abstraction from use value. Then one use value is just as good as another, provided only it be present in sufficient quantity, or, as old Warbin says, quote, one sort of wares are as good as another, if the values be equal. There is no difference or distinction in things of equal value. In hundreds pound worth of lead or iron is of as great value as 100 pounds worth of silver or gold, end quote. Footnote 8 and Barbin, chapter 1, page 53 and 7. Continuing, as use values, commodities are, above all, of different qualities, but as exchange values, they are merely different quantities and consequently do not contain an atom of use value. If then we leave out of consideration the use value of commodities, they have only one common property left, that of being products of labor. But even the product of labor itself has undergone exchange in our hands. If we make abstraction from its use value, we make abstraction at the same time from the material elements and shapes that make the product a use value. We see in it no longer a table, a house, yarn, or any other useful thing. Its existence as a material thing is put out of sight. Neither can it any longer be regarded as the product of the labor of the joiner, the mason, the spinner, or of any other definite kind of productive labor. Along with the useful qualities of the products themselves, we put out of sight both the useful character of the various kinds of labor embodied in them, and the concrete forms of that labor. There is nothing left but what is common to them all, All are reduced to one and the same sort of labor, human labor in the abstract. Let us now consider the residue of each of these products. It consists of the same unsubstantial reality in each, a mere congelation of homogeneous human labor, of labor power expended without regard to the mode of its expenditure. All that these things now tell us is that human labor power has been expended in their production, that human labor is embodied in them. When looked at as crystals of this social substance common to them all, they are all values. They are values. We have seen that when commodities are exchanged, their exchange value manifests itself as something totally independent of their use value. But if we abstract from their use value, there remains their value as defined above. Therefore, the common substance that manifests itself in the exchange value of commodities whenever they are exchanged is their value. The progress of our investigation will show that exchange value is the only form in which the value of commodities can manifest itself or be expressed. For the present, however, we have to consider the nature of value independently of its form. The use value, or useful article, therefore has value only because human labor, in the abstract, has been embodied or materialized in it. How then is the magnitude of this value to be measured? Plainly, by the quantity of the value-creating substance, the labor contained in the article. The quantity of labor, however, is measured by its duration, and labor time in its turn finds its standard in weeks, days, and hours. Some people might think that if the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labor spent on it, the more idle and unskillful the laborer, the more valuable would his commodity be, because more time would be required in its production. The labor, however, that forms the substance of value is homogeneous human labor, expenditure of one uniform labor power. The total labor power of society, which is embodied in the sum total of the values of all commodities produced by that society, counts here as one homogeneous mass of human labor power, composed though it be of innumerable individual units. Each of these units is the same as any other, so far as it has the character of the average labor power of society, and takes effect as such, that is, so far as it requires for producing a commodity no more time than is needed on an average, no more than it's socially necessary. The labor time socially necessary is that required to produce an article under the normal conditions of production, and with the average degree of skill and intensity prevalent at the time. The introduction of power looms into England probably reduced by one-half the labor required to weave a given quantity of yarn into cloth. The hand looms weavers, as a matter of fact, continue to require the same time as before, but for all that, the product of 1 hour of their labor represented after the change only half an hour's social labor, and consequently fell to one-half its former value. We see then that which determines the magnitude of value of any article is the amount of labor socially necessary, or the labor time socially necessary for its production. Footnote 9, quote, the value of them, the necessaries of life, when they are exchanged the one for another, is regulated by the quantity of labor necessarily required and commonly taken in producing them, unquote. Some thoughts on the interest of money in general and particularly in the public funds, etc., London, page 36. This remarkable anonymous work written in the last century bears no date. It is clear, however, from internal evidence that it appeared in the reign of George II about 1739 or 1740. Continuing. Each individual commodity in this connection is to be considered as an average sample of its class. Footnote 10, quote, Tots les productions de un même génie ne forment prom le point que un masse dont les prix se déterminent in général, et sans regard aux circonstances particulières, end quote. Properly speaking, all products of the same kind form a single mass, and their price is determined in general and without regard to particular circumstances. Le Chazon, Chapter 1, page 8. It's probably not Chapter 1. Page 893. Continuing. Commodities, therefore, in which equal quantities of labor are embodied, or which can be produced in the same time, have the same value. The value of one commodity is to the value of any other, as the labor time necessary for the production of the one is to that necessary for the production of the other. Quote, as values, all commodities are only definite masses of congealed labor time. End quote. Footnote 11, Karl Marx, page 6. The value of a commodity would therefore remain constant if the labor time required for its production also remained constant, but the latter changes with every variation in the productiveness of labor. This productiveness is determined by various circumstances, amongst others by the average amount of skill of the workman, the state of science, and the degree of its practical application, the social organization of production, the extent and capabilities of the means of production, and by physical conditions. For example, the same amount of labor in favorable seasons is embodied in 8 bushels of corn, and in unfavorable only in 4. The same labor extracts from rich mines more metal than from poor mines. Diamonds are of very rare occurrence on the Earth's surface, and hence their discovery costs, on an average, a great deal of labor time. Consequently, much labor is represented in a small compass. Jacob doubts whether gold has ever been paid for at its full value. This applies still more to diamonds. According to Eschwege, the total produce of the Brazilian diamond mines for the 80 years ending in 1823 had not realized the price of 1.5 years' average produce of the sugar and coffee plantations of the same country, although the diamonds cost much more labor, and therefore represented more value. With richer mines, the same quantity of labor would embody itself in more diamonds, and their value would fall. If we could succeed at a small expenditure of labor in converting carbon into diamonds, their value might fall below that of bricks. In general, the greater the productiveness of labor, the less is the labor time required for the production of an article. The less is the amount of labor crystallized in that article, and the less is its value, and vice versa. The less the productiveness of labor, the greater is the labor time required for the production of an article, and the greater is its value. The value of a commodity, therefore, varies directly as the quantity and inversely as the productiveness of the labor incorporated in it. A. The following passage occurred only in the first edition. Now we know the substance of value, it is labor. We know the measure of its magnitude, it is labor time. The form which stamps value as exchange value remains to be analyzed. But before this, we need to develop the characteristics we have already found somewhat more fully. Taken from the Penguin edition of Capital, translated by Ben Folks. A thing can be a use value without having value. This is the case whenever its utility to man is not due to labor. Such are air, virgin soil, natural metals, etc. A thing can be useful and the product of human labor without being a commodity. Whoever directly satisfies his wants with the produce of his own labor creates indeed use values, but not commodities. In order to produce the latter, you must not only produce use values, but use values for others, social use values, and not only for others without more. The medieval peasant produced quit rent corn for his feudal lord, and tithe corn for his parson. But neither the quit rent corn nor the tithe corn became commodities by reason of the fact that they had been produced for others. To become a commodity, a product must be transferred to another, whom it will serve as a use value, by means of an exchange. Footnote 12. I am inserting the parenthesis because its omission has often given rise to the misunderstanding that every product that is consumed by someone other than its producer is considered in Marx a commodity. Engels, 4th German edition. Lastly, nothing can have value without being object of utility. If the thing is useless, so is the labor contained in it. The labor does not count as labor and therefore creates no value. Section 2. The twofold character of the labor embodied in commodities. At first sight, a commodity presented itself to us as a complex of two things, use value and exchange value. Later on, we saw also that labor, too, possesses the same twofold nature, for so far as it finds expression in value, it does not possess the same characteristics that belong to it as a creator of use values. I was the first to point out and to examine critically this twofold nature of the labor contained in commodities. As this point is the pivot on which a clear comprehension of political economy turns, we must go more into detail. Let us take two commodities such as a coat and 10 yards of linen, and let the former be double the value of the latter, so that if 10 yards of linen equals W, the coat equals 2W. The coat is a use value that satisfies a particular want. Its existence is the result of a special sort of productive activity, the nature of which is determined by its aim, mode of operation, subject, means, and result. The labor whose utility is thus represented by the value in use of its product, or which manifests itself by making its product a use value, we call useful labor. In this connection, we consider only its useful effect. As the coat and the linen are two qualitatively different use values, so also are the two forms of labor that produce them, tailoring and weaving. Were these two objects not qualitatively different, not produced respectively by labor of different quality, they could not stand to each other in the relation of commodities. Coats are not exchanged for coats. One use value is not exchanged for another of the same kind. To all the different varieties of values in use, there correspond as many different kinds of useful labor, classified according to the order, genus, species, and variety to which they belong in the social division of labor. This division of labor is a necessary condition for the production of commodities, but it does not follow, conversely, that the production of commodities is a necessary condition for the division of labor. In the primitive Indian community, there is social division of labor, without production of commodities. Or, to take an example nearer home, in every factory, the labor is divided according to a system, but this division is not brought about by the operatives mutually exchanging their individual products. Only such products can become commodities with regard to each other as result from different kinds of labor, each kind being carried on independently and for the account of private individuals. To resume, then, in the use value of each commodity there is contained useful labor, i.e. productive activity of a definite kind and exercised with a definite aim. Use values cannot confront each other as commodities, unless the useful labor embodied in them is qualitatively different in each of them. In a community, the produce of which in general takes the form of commodities, i.e., in a community of commodity producers, this qualitative difference between the useful forms of labor that are carried on independently of individual producers, each on their own account, develops into a complex system, a social division of labor. Anyhow, whether the coat be worn by the tailor or by his customer, in either case it operates as a use value, nor is the relation between the coat and the labor that produced it altered by the circumstance that tailoring may have become a special trade, an independent branch of the social division of labor. Wherever the want of clothing forced them to it, the human race made clothes for thousands of years, without a single man becoming a tailor. But coats and linen, like every other element of material wealth that is not the spontaneous produce of nature, must invariably owe their existence to a special productive activity, exercised with a definite aim, an activity that appropriates particular nature-given materials to particular human wants. So far, therefore, as labor is a creator of use value, is useful labor, it is a necessary condition, independent of all forms of society, for the existence of the human race. It is an eternal nature-imposed necessity, without which there can be no material exchanges between man and nature, and therefore no life. The use values, coat, linen, etc., example, the bodies of commodities are combinations of two elements, matter and labor. If we take away the useful labor expended upon them, a material substratum is always left, which is furnished by nature without the help of man. The latter can work only as nature does, that is, by changing the form of matter. Footnote 13. Tutte ai fenomeni dell'universo siano essi prodotti della mano dell'uomo, ovvero delle universali leggi della fisica, non si danno idea di accelerazione, ma innanzitutto di una modificazione della materia. La cosa è separare sono gli inizi elementi che il genio umano ritrova analizzando l'idea della riproduzione, e tanto è riproduzione del value. Value in use, although very in this passage of his controversy with the Socrates, is not himself quite certain of the kind of value he is speaking of. Et de registe, c'est la très l'aria et la qua ne confie se trasmutuno in grano, comme se cola mano de l'homme el guillotine, de una insetto se transmuto in veluto ovrera alcuno, visite de metallio si organizzino e forme una repetition. All the phenomena of the universe, whether produced by the hand of man or through the universal laws of physics, are not actually new creations, but merely a modification of matter. Joining together and separating are the only elements which the human mind always finds on analyzing the concept of reproduction, and it is just the same with the reproduction of value. Value and use, although vary in this passage of his controversy with the Socrates, is not himself quite certain of the kind of value he is speaking of, and of wealth when earth, air, and water in the fields are transformed into corn, or when the hand of man transforms the secretions of an insect into silk, or some pieces of metal are arranged to make the mechanism of a watch. Petra Veri, Metazione sulla economia politica, first printed in 1773 in Custodi's edition of the Italian Economists, Parte Modena, page 22. Continuing, Nay, more, in this work of changing the form, he is constantly helped by natural forces. We see, then, that labor is not the only source of material wealth, of use values produced by labor. As William Petty puts it, labor is its father and earth its mother. Let us now pass from the commodity considered as a use value to the value of commodities. By our assumption, the coat is worth twice as much as the linen, but this is a mere quantitative difference, which for the present does not concern us. We bear in mind, however, that if the value of the coat is doubled out of 10 yards of linen, 20 yards of linen must have the same value as one coat. So far as they are values, the coat and the linen are things of a like substance, objective expressions of essentially identical labor. By tailoring and weaving are qualitatively different kinds of labor. There are, however, states of society in which one and the same man does tailoring and weaving. Alternatively, in which case these two forms of labor are mere modifications of the labor of the same individual, and not special and fixed functions of different persons, just as the coat which our tailor makes one day and the trousers which he makes another day imply only a variation in the labor of one and the same individual. Moreover, we see at a glance that, in our capitalist society, a given portion of human labor is, in accordance with the varying demand, at one time supplied in the form of tailoring, at another in the form of weaving. This change may possibly not take place without friction, but take place it must. Productive activity, if we leave out of sight its special form, viz. The useful character of the labor, is nothing but the expenditure of human labor power. Tailoring and weaving, through qualitatively different productive activities, are each a productive expenditure of human brains, nerves, and muscles, and in this sense are human labor. There are but two different modes of expending human labor power. Of course, this labor power, which remains the same under all its modifications, must have attained a certain pitch of development before it can be expended into a multiplicity of modes. But the value of a commodity represents human labor in the abstract, the expenditure of human labor in general. And just as in society, a general or a banker plays a great part, but mere man, on the other hand, a very shabby part. Footnote 14, Hegel, Philosophie Directe, Berlin, 1840, page 250. Continuing. So here with mere human labor, it is the expenditure of simple labor power, i.e. of the labor power of which, on an average, apart from any special development, exists in the organism of every ordinary individual. Simple average labor, it is true, varies in character in different countries and at different times, but in a particular society it is given. Skilled labor counts only as simple labor intensified, or rather as multiplied simple labor, if a given quantity of skilled being considered equal to a greater quantity of simple labor. Experience shows that this reduction is constantly being made. A commodity may be the product of the most skilled labor by its value, by equating it to the product of simple unskilled labor, represents a definite quantity of the latter labor done. Footnote 15. The reader must note that we are not speaking here of wages or value that the laborers get for a given labor time, but of the value of the commodity in which that labor time is materialized. Wage is a category that, as yet, has no existence at the present stage of our investigation. Continuing, the different proportions in which different sorts of labor are reduced to unskilled labor as their standard are established by a social process that goes on behind the backs of the producers, and consequently appear to be fixed by custom. For simplicity's sake, we shall henceforth account every kind of labor to be unskilled, simple labor. By this we do no more than save ourselves the trouble of making the reduction. Just as, therefore, in viewing the coat and linen as values, we abstract from their different use values, so it is with the labor represented by those values. We disregard the difference between its useful forms. weaving and tailoring. As the use values, coat and linen, are combinations of special productive activities with cloth and yarn, while the values, coat and linen, are, on the other hand, mere homogeneous congregations of undifferentiated labor. So the labor embodied in these latter values do not count by virtue of its productive relation to cloth and yarn, but only as being expenditure of human labor power. Tailoring and weaving are necessary factors in the creation of the use values. Coat and linen precisely because these two kinds of labor are of different qualities, but only insofar as abstraction is made from their special qualities. Only insofar as both possess the same quality of being human labor, do tailoring and weaving form the substance of the values of the same articles. Coats and linen, however, are not merely values, but values of definite magnitude, and according to our assumption, the coat is worth twice as much as the 10 yards of linen. Whence this difference in their values? It is owing to the fact that the linen contains only half as much labor as the coat, and consequently that in the production of the latter, labor power must have been expended during twice the time necessary for the production of the former. While, therefore, with reference to use value, the labor contained in a commodity counts only qualitatively with reference to value. It counts only quantitatively and must first be reduced to human labor pure and simple. In the former case, it is a question of how and what, in the latter of how much, how long a time. Since the magnitude of the value of a commodity represents only the quantity of labor embodied in it, it follows that all commodities, when taken in certain proportions, must be equal in value. If the productive power of all the different sorts of useful labor required for the production of a coat remains unchanged, the sum of the values of the coats produced increases with their number. If one coat represents X days labor, two coats represent 2X days labor, and so on. But assume that the duration of the labor necessary for the production of a coat becomes doubled or half. In the first case, one coat is worth as much as two coats, where before, in the second case, two coats are only worth as much as one was before. Although in both cases the one coat renders the same service as before, and the useful labor embodied in it remains of the same quality, but the quantity of labor spent on its production has altered. An increase in the quantity of use values is an increase of material wealth. With two coats, 2 men can be clothed. With one coat, only 1 man. Nevertheless, an increased quantity of material wealth may correspond to a simultaneous fall in the magnitude of its value. This antagonistic movement has its origin in the twofold character of labor. Productive power has reference, of course, only to labor of some useful concrete form, the efficacy of any special productive activity during a given time being dependent on its productiveness. Useful labor becomes, therefore, a more or less abundant source of products in proportion to the rise or fall of its productiveness. On the other hand, no change in the productiveness affects the labor represented by value. Since productive power is an attribute of the concrete useful forms of labor, of course it can no longer have any bearing on that value, that labor, so soon as we make abstraction from those concrete useful forms. However, then productive power may vary. The same labor exercised during equal periods of time always yields equal amounts of value, but it will yield during equal periods of time different quantities of values in use, more if the productive power rise, fewer if it fall. The same change in productive power, which increases the fruitfulness of labor, and in consequence the quantity of use values produced by that labor, will diminish the total value of this increased quantity of use values, provided such change shorten the total labor time necessary for their production and vice versa. On the hand, all labor is, speaking physiologically, an expenditure of human labor power, and its character of identical abstract human labor. It creates and forms the value of commodities. On the other hand, All labor is the expenditure of human labor power in a special form and with a definite aim. And this is character of concrete useful labor, it produces these values. Footnote 16. In order to prove that labor alone is that all sufficient and real measure by which at all times the value of all commodities can be estimated and compared, Adam Smith says, quote, equal quantities of labor must at all times and in all places have the same value for the laborer. In his normal state of health, strength, and activity, and with the average degree of skill that he may possess, he must always give up the same portion of his rest, his freedom, and his happiness, end quote. Wealth of Nations, Chapter 5. On the one hand, Adam Smith here, but not everywhere, confuses the determination of value by means of the quantity of labor expended in the production of commodities, with the determination of the values of commodities by means of the value of labor, and seeks in consequence to prove that equal quantities of labor have always the same value. On the other hand, he has a presentiment that labor is, so far as it manifests itself in the value of commodities, counts only as expenditure of labor power, but he treats this expenditure as the mere sacrifice of rest, freedom, and happiness, not as the same time the normal activity of living beings. But then he has the modern wage laborer in his eye. Much more aptly, the anonymous predecessor of Adam Smith, quoted above in Note 1, page 39, Note 9x text, says, quote, one man has employed himself a week in providing this necessary of life, and he that gives him some other in exchange cannot make a better estimate of what is a proper equivalent than by computing what cost him just as much labor and time, which in effect is no more than exchanging one man's labor in one thing for a time certain, for another man's labor in another thing for the same time. End quote. Page 39. The English language has the advantage of possessing different words for the two aspects of labor here considered. The labor which creates use value and counts qualitatively is work, and distinguished from labor, that which creates value and counts quantitatively, is labor as distinguished from work. Ingalls. Section 3. The form of value or exchange value. Commodities come into the world in the shape of use values, articles or goods such as iron, linen, corn, etc. This is their plain, homely, bodily form. They are, however, commodities only because they are something twofold, both objects of utility and at the same time dispositories of value. They manifest themselves, therefore, as commodities, or have the form of commodities only insofar as they have two forms, a physical or natural form, and a value form. The reality of the value of commodities differs in this respect from damn quickly, that we don't know where to have it. The value of commodities is the very opposite of the coarse materiality of their substance. Not an atom of matter enters into its composition. Turn and examine a single commodity by itself as we will, yet insofar as it remains an object of value, it seems impossible to grasp it. If, however, you bear in mind that the value of commodities has a purely social reality, and that they acquire this reality only insofar as they are expressions of embodiments of one identical social substance, i.e., human labor, it follows as a matter of course that value can only manifest itself in the social relation of commodity to commodity. In fact, we started from exchange value, or the exchange relation of commodities, in order to get at the value that lies hidden behind it. We must now return to this form under which value first appeared to us. Everyone knows, if he knows nothing else, that commodities have a value form common to them all, and presenting a marked contrast with the varied bodily forms of their use values. I mean their money form. Here, however, a task is set us, the performance of which has never yet even been attempted by bourgeois economy. The task of tracing the genesis of this money form, of developing the expression of value implied in the value relation of commodities, from its simplest, almost imperceptible outline to the dazzling money form. By doing this, we shall, at the same time, solve the riddle presented by money. The simplest value relation is evidently that of one commodity to some one other commodity of a different kind. Hence, the relation between the values of two commodities supplies us with the simplest expression of the value of a single commodity. A. Elementary or accidental form of value. X commodity A equals Y commodity B, or X commodity A is worth Y commodity B. 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat. 1. The two poles of the expression of value, relative form and equivalent form. The whole mystery of the form of value lies hidden in this elementary form. Its analysis, therefore, is our real difficulty. Here, two different kinds of commodities, in our example the linen and coat, evidently play two different parts. The linen expresses its value in the coat. The coat serves as the material in which that value is expressed. The former plays an active and the latter a passive part. The value of the linen is represented as relative value, or appears in relative form. The coat officiates as equivalent, or appears in equivalent form. The relative form and the equivalent form are two intimately connected, mutually dependent, and inseparable elements of the expression of value, but at the same time are mutually exclusive antagonistic extremes, i.e. poles of the same expression. They are allotted respectively to the different commodities brought into relation by that expression. It is not possible to express the value of linen in linen. 20 yards of linen equals 20 yards of linen is no expression of value. On the contrary, such an equation merely says that 20 yards of linen are nothing else than 20 yards of linen, a definite quantity of the use value of linen. The value of the linen can therefore be expressed only relatively, i.e. in some other commodity. The relative form of the value of the linen presupposes therefore the presence of some other commodity, here the coat, the form of an equivalent. On the other hand, the commodity that figures as the equivalent cannot at the same time assume the relative form. That second commodity is not the one whose value is expressed. Its function is merely to serve as the material in which the value of the first commodity is expressed. No doubt the expression 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat, implies the opposite relation. 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen, or 1 coat is worth 20 yards of linen. But in that case, I must reverse the equation in order to express the value of the coat relatively, and so on. And so soon as I do, that the linen becomes the equivalent instead of the coat. A single commodity cannot therefore simultaneously assume in the same expression of value both forms. The very polarity of these forms make them mutually exclusive. Whether, then, a commodity assumes the relative form or the opposite equivalent form depends entirely upon its accidental position in the expression of value, that is, upon whether it is the commodity whose value is being expressed or the commodity in which value is being expressed. Two, the relative form of value. A. The nature and import of this form. In order to discover how the elementary expression of the value of a commodity lies hidden in the value relation of two commodities, we must in the first place consider the latter entirely apart from its quantitative aspect. The usual mode of procedure is generally the reverse, and in the value relation nothing is seen but the proportion between definite quantities of two different sorts of commodities that are considered equal to each other. It is apt to be forgotten that the magnitudes of different things can be compared quantitatively only when those magnitudes are expressed in terms of the same unit. It is only as expressions of such a unit that they are of the same denomination, and therefore commensurable. Footnote 17. The few economists, among whom is S. Bailey, who have occupied themselves with the analysis of the form of value, have been unable to arrive at any result, first because they confuse the form of value with value itself, and second because under the coarse influence of the practical bourgeois, they exclusively give their attention to the quantitative aspect of the question. Quote, the command of quantity constitutes value. Quote, money, quote, money and its vicissitudes, end quote. London, 1837, page 11 by S. Bailey. Continuing. Whether 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat or 20 coats or equals X coats, that is, whether a given quantity of linen is worth few or many coats, every such statement implies that the linen and coats as magnitudes of value are expressions of the same unit, things of the same kind. Linen equal coat is the basis of the equation. But the two commodities whose identity of quality is thus assumed do not play the same part. It is only the value of the linen that is expressed, and how? By its reference to the coat as its equivalent, as something that can be exchanged for it. In this relation, the coat is the mode of existence of value. Is value embodied, for only as such is it the same as the linen. On the other hand, the linen's own value comes to the front, receives independent expression, for it is only as being valued that it is comparable with the coat as a thing of equal value, or exchangeable with the coat. To borrow an illustration from chemistry, bitric acid is a different substance from propyl formate, yet both are made up of the same chemical substances, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, and that too in like proportions, namely C4H8O2. If now we equate bitric acid to propyl formate, then in the first place propyl formate would be in this relation merely a form of existence of C4H8O2, and in the second place we should be stating that bitric acid also consists of C4H8O2. Therefore, by thus equating the two substances, expression would be given to their chemical composition, while their different physical forms would be neglected. If we say that as values, commodities are mere congelations of human labor, we reduce them by our analysis, it is true, to the abstraction value. But we ascribe to this value no form apart from their bodily form. It is otherwise in the value relation of one commodity to another. Here, the one stands forth in its character of value by reason of its relation to the other. By making the coat the equivalent of the linen, we equate the labor embodied in the former to that in the latter. Now, it is true that the tailoring which makes the coat is concrete labor of a different sort from the weaving which makes the linen. But the act of equating it to the weaving reduces the tailoring to that which is really equal in the two kinds of labor, to their common character of human labor. In this roundabout way, then, the fact is expressed that weaving also, insofar as it weaves value, has nothing to distinguish it from tailoring, and, consequently, is abstract human labor. It is the expression of equivalence between different sorts of commodities that alone brings into relief the specific character of value-creating labor, and this it does by actually reducing the different varieties of labor embodied in the different kinds of commodities to their common quality of human labor in the abstract. Footnote 18. The celebrated Franklin, one of the first economists after William Petty, who saw through the nature of value, says, quote, trade in general being nothing else but the exchange of labor for labor, the value of all things is most justly measured by labor, end quote. The works of B. Franklin, etc. Edited by Sparks, Boston, 1836, Volume 2, page 267. Franklin is unconscious that by estimating the value of everything in labor, he makes abstraction from any difference in the sorts of labor exchanged, and thus reduces them all to equal human labor. But although ignorant of this, yet he says it. He speaks first of quote-unquote the one labor, then of quote-unquote the other labor, and finally of quote-unquote labor, without further qualification as the substance of the value of everything. Continuing, there is, however, something else required beyond the expression of the specific character of the labor of which the value of the linen consists. Human labor power in motion, or human labor power creates value but not itself value. It becomes value only in its congealed state, when embodied in the form of some object. In order to express the value of the linen as a congulation of human labor, that value must be expressed as having objective existence, as being a something materially different from the linen itself, and yet a something common to the linen and all other commodities. The problem is already solved. When occupying the position of equivalent in the equation of value, the coat ranks qualitatively as the equal of the linen, as something of the same kind, because it is value. In this position, it is a thing in which we see nothing but value, or whose palpable bodily form represents value. Yet the coat itself, the body of the commodity coat, is a mere use value. A coat, as such, no more tells us it is value than does the first piece of linen we take hold of. This shows that when placed in value relation to the linen, the coat signifies more than when out of the relation, just as many a man strutting about in a gorgeous uniform counts for more than when in mufti. In the production of the coat, human labor power, in the shape of tailoring, must have been actually expended. Human labor is therefore accumulated in it. In this aspect, the coat is a depository of value, but though worn to be a thread, it does not let this fact show through. And as equivalent of the linen in the value equation, it exists under this aspect alone. Counts, therefore, as embodied value, as a body that is value. A, for instance, cannot be, quote-unquote, your majesty to be, unless, at the same time, majesty in B's eyes assumes the bodily form of A, and, what is more, with every new father of the people, changes its features, hair, and many other things besides. Hence, in the value equation, in which the coat is the equivalent of the linen, the coat officiates as the form of value. The value of the commodity linen is expressed by the bodily form of the commodity coat, the value of one by the use value of the other. As a use value, the linen is something palpably different from the coat. As value, it is the same as the coat, and now has the appearance of a coat. Thus, the linen acquires a value form different from its physical form. The fact that it is value is made manifest by its equality with the coat, just as the sheep's nature of a Christian is shown in his resemblance to the Lamb of God. We see then all that our analysis of the value of commodities has already told us is told us by the linen itself, so soon as it comes into communication with another commodity, the coat. Only it betrays its thoughts in that language with which alone it is familiar, the language of commodities. In order to tell us that its own value is created by labor in its abstract character of human labor, it says that the coat, insofar as it is worth as much as the linen, and therefore its value, consists of the same labor as the linen. In order to inform us that its sublime reality as value is not the same as its buckram body, it says that value has the appearance of a coat, and consequently that so far as the linen is value, it and the coat are as like as two peas. We may here remark that the language of commodities has, besides Hebrew, many other, more or less correct dialectics. The German Richtern, to be worth, for instance, expresses in a less striking manner than the Romance verbs valer, valor, that the equating of commodity B to commodity A is commodity A's own mode of expressing its value. Paris va bien in miss. Paris is certainly worth a mass. By means, therefore, of the value relation expressed in our equation, the bodily form of commodity B becomes the value form of commodity A, or the body of commodity B acts as a mirror to the value of commodity A. Footnote 19. In a sort of way, it is with man as with commodities, since he comes into the world neither with a looking glass in his hand nor as a Fictanian philosopher to whom I is sufficient. Man first sees and recognizes himself in other men. Peter only establishes his own identity as a man by first comparing himself with Paul as being of like kind, and thereby Paul, just as he stands in his Pauline personality, becomes to Peter the type of the genus homo. Continuing. By putting itself in relation with commodity B as value in propria persona, as the matter of which human labor is made up, the commodity A converts the value in use B into the substance in which it expresses its A's own value. The value of A, thus expressed in the use value of B, has taken the form of relative value. B. Quantitative determination of relative value. Every commodity whose value it is intended to express is a useful object of given quantity, as 15 bushels of corn or 100 pounds of coffee, and a given quantity of any commodity contains a definite quantity of human labor. The value form must therefore not only express value generally, but also value in definite quantity. Therefore, in the value relation of commodity A to commodity B of the linen to the coat, not only is the latter, as value in general, made equal in quality of the linen, but a definite quantity of one coat, is made the equivalent of a definite quantity, 20 yards of linen. The equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat, implies that the same quantity of value substance can yield labor is embodied in both, that the two commodities have each cost the same amount of labor or the same quantity of labor time, but the labor time necessary for the production of 20 yards of linen, or 1 coat, varies with every change in the productiveness of weaving or tailoring. We have now to consider the influence of such changes on the quantitative aspect of the relative expression of value. First, let the value of the linen vary. Let the value of the linen vary. Footnote 20. Value is here, as occasionally in the preceding pages, used in the sense of value determined as to quantity or of magnitude of value. Continuing. That of the coat remaining constant, if, say, in consequence of the exhaustion of flax growing soil, the labor time necessary for the production of the linen be doubled, the value of the linen will also be doubled. Instead of the equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, we should have 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats, since 1 coat would now contain only half the labor time embodied in 20 yards of linen. If, on the other hand, in consequence, say, of improved looms, this labor time be reduced by 1/2, the value of the linen would fall by 1/2. Consequently, we should have 20 yards of linen equals 1/2 coat. The relative value of commodity A, i.e., its value expressed in commodity B, rises and falls directly as the value of A, the value of B being supposed constant. 2. Let the value of the linen remain constant, while the value of the coat varies. If under these circumstances, in consequence, for instance, of a poor crop of wood, the labor time necessary for the production of a coat becomes doubled, we have, instead of 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, 20 yards of linen equals 1/2 coat. If, on the other hand, the value of the coat sinks by 1/2, then 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats. Hence, if the value of commodity A remain constant, its relative value expressed in commodity B rises and falls inversely as the value of B. If we compare the different cases in 1 and 2, we see that the same change of magnitude in relative value may arise from totally opposite causes. Thus, the equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat becomes 20 yards of linen equals 2 coats, either because the value of the linen has doubled, or because the value of the coat has fallen by 1/2, and it becomes 20 yards of linen equals a half coat, either because the value of the linen has fallen by 1/2, or because the value of the coat has doubled. 3. Let the quantities of labor time respectively necessary for the production of the linen and the coat vary simultaneously in the same direction and in the same proportion. In this case, 20 yards of linen continue equal to 1 coat. However, much their values may have altered. Their exchange of value is seen as soon as they are compared with a third commodity, whose value has remained constant. If the values of all commodities rose or fall simultaneously and in the same proportion, their relative values would remain unaltered. Their real exchange of value would appear from the diminished or increased quantity of commodities produced in a given time. 4. The labor time respectively necessary for the production of the linen and the coat, and therefore the value of these commodities may simultaneously vary in the same direction, but at unequal rates or in opposite directions or in other ways. The effect of all these possible different variations on the relative value of a commodity may be deduced from the results of 1, 2, and 3. Thus, real changes in the magnitude of value are neither unequivocally nor exhaustively reflected in their relative expression, that is, in the equation expressing the magnitude of relative value. The relative value of a commodity may vary, although its value remains constant. Its relative value may remain constant, although its value varies. And finally, simultaneous variations in the magnitude of value and in that of its relative expression by no means necessarily correspond in amount. Footnote 21. This incongruity between the magnitude of value and its relative expression has, with customary ingenuity, been exploited by vulgar economists. For example, quote, once admit that A falls, because B with which it is exchanged rises while no less labor is bestowed in the meantime on A, and your general principle of value falls to the ground. If he, Ricardo, allowed that when A rises in value relatively to B, B falls in value relatively to A, he cut away the ground on which he rested his grand proposition that the value of a commodity is ever determined by the labor embodied in it. For if a change in the cost of A alters not only its own value in relation to B for which it is exchanged, but also the value of B relatively to that of A, though no change has taken place in the quantity of labor to produce B, then not only the doctrine falls to the ground which asserts that the quantity of labor bestowed on an article regulates its value, but also that which affirms the cost of an article to regulate its value. J. Broadhurst, for Political Economy, London, 1842, page 11 and 14. Mr. Broadhurst might just as well say, consider the fractions 10 divided by 20, for 1020, 1050, 1000, etc. The number 10 remains unchanged, and yet its proportional magnitude, its magnitude relatively to the numbers 20, 50, 100, etc., continually diminishes. Therefore, the great principle that the magnitude of a whole number, such as 10, is regulated by the number of times unity is contained in it, falls to the ground. The author explains in section 4 of this chapter, page 80 to 81, note 2, note 33, e-text, what he understands by vulgar economy. Equals. Continuing. 3. The equivalent form of value. We have seen that commodity A, the linen, by expressing its value in the use value of commodity differing in kind, the coat, at the same time impresses upon the latter a specific form of value, namely that of the equivalent. The commodity linen manifests its quality of having a value by the fact that the coat, without having assumed a value form different from its bodily form, is equated to the linen. The fact that the latter, therefore, has a value is expressed by saying that the coat is directly exchangeable with it. Therefore, when we say that a commodity is in the equivalent form, we express the fact that it is directly exchangeable with other commodities. When one commodity, such as a coat, serves as the equivalent of another, such as linen, and coats consequently acquire the characteristic property of being directly exchangeable with linen, we are far from knowing in what proportion the two are exchangeable. The value of the linen being given in magnitude, that proportion depends on the value of the coat. Whether the coat serves as the equivalent and the linen as relative value, or the linen as the equivalent and the coat as the relative value, the magnitude of the coat's value is determined independently of its value form, by the labor time necessary for its production. But whenever the coat assumes in the equation of value the proposition of equivalent, its value acquires no quantitative expression. On the contrary, the commodity coat now figures only a definite quantity of some article. For instance, 40 yards of linen are worth what? 2 coats? Because the commodity coat here plays the part of equivalent, because the use value coat, as opposed to linen, figures as an embodiment of value. Therefore, a definite number of coats suffices to express the definite quantity of value in the linen. 2 coats may therefore express the quantity of value of 40 yards of linen, but they can never express the quantity of their own value. A superficial observation of this fact, namely that in the equation of value, the equivalent figures exclusively as a simple quantity of some article of some use value, has misled Bailey, as also many others, both before and after him, into seeing in the expression of value merely a quantitative relation. The truth being that when a commodity acts as equivalent, no quantitative determination of its value is expressed. The first peculiarity that strikes us in considering the form of the equivalent is this: use value becomes the form of manifestation, the phenomenal form of its opposite, value. The bodily form of the commodity becomes its value form, but mark well that this quid pro quo exists in the case of any commodity B, only when some other commodity A enters into a value relation with it, and then only within the limits of this relation. Since no commodity can stand in the relation of equivalent to itself, and thus turn its own bodily shape into the expression of its own value, every commodity is compelled to choose some other commodity for its equivalent and to accept the use value, that is to say the bodily shape of that other commodity as the form of its own value. One of the measures that we apply to commodities as material substances as use values will serve to illustrate this point. A sugar loaf, being a body, is heavy and therefore has weight, but we can neither see nor touch this weight. We then take various pieces of iron, whose weight has been determined beforehand. The iron, as iron, is no more the form of manifestation of weight than is the sugar loaf. Nevertheless, in order to express the sugar loaf as so much weight, we put it into a weight relation with the iron. In this relation, the iron officiates as a body representing nothing but weight. A certain quantity of iron, therefore, serves as the measure of the weight of the sugar and represents in relation to the sugar loaf, weight embodied, the form of manifestation of weight. This part is played by the iron only within this relation, into which the sugar or any other body whose weight has to be determined enters with the iron. Were they not both heavy, they could not enter into this relation, and the one could therefore not serve as the expression of the weight of the other. When we throw both into the scales, we see in reality that as weight they are both the same, and that therefore, when taken in proper proportions, they have the same weight. Just as the substance iron as a measure of weight represents in relation to the sugar loaf weight alone, so in our expression of value, the material object, coat, in relation to the linen, represents value alone. Here, however, the analogy ceases. The iron, in the expression of the weight of the sugar loaf, represents a natural property common to both bodies, namely their weight. But the coat, in the expression of value of the linen, represents a non-natural property of both, something purely social, namely their value. Since the relative form of value of a commodity, the linen, for example, expresses the value of that commodity as being something wholly different from its substance and properties, as being, for instance, coat-like. We see that this expression itself indicates that some social relation lies at the bottom of it. With the equivalent form, it is just the contrary. The very essence of this form is that the material commodity itself, the coat, just as it expresses value, and is endowed with the form of value by nature itself. Of course, this holds good only so long as the value relation exists, in which the coat stands in the position of equivalent to the linen. Footnote 22. Such expressions of relations in general, called by Hegel reflex categories, form a very curious class. For instance, one man is king only because other men stand in the relation of subjects to him. They, on the contrary, imagine that they are subjects because he is king. Continuing. Since, however, the properties of a thing are not the result of its relations to other things, but only manifest themselves in such relations, the coat seems to be endowed with its equivalent form, its property of being directly exchangeable, just as much by nature as it is endowed with the property of being heavy, or the capacity to keep us warm. Hence, the enigmatical character of the equivalent form, which escapes the notice of the bourgeois political economist, until this form, completely developed, confronts him in the property of being heavy, of the shape of money, He then seeks to explain away the mystical character of gold and silver by substituting for them less dazzling commodities, and by reciting, with ever-renewed satisfaction, the catalogue of all possible commodities which, at one time or another, have played the part of equivalent. He has not the least suspicion that the most simple expression of value, such as 20 yards of linen equals one coat, already propounds the riddle of the equivalent form for our solution. The body of the commodity that serves as the equivalent figures as the materialization of human labor in the abstract, and is at the same time the product of some specifically useful concrete labor. This concrete labor becomes, therefore, the medium for expressing abstract human labor. If on the one hand the coat ranks as nothing but the embodiment of abstract human labor, so on the other hand the tailoring which is actually embodying it counts as nothing but the form under which that abstract labor is realized. In the expression of value of the linen, the utility of the tailoring consists not in making clothes, but in making an object which we at once recognize to be value, and therefore to be a congelation of labor, but of labor indistinguishable from that realized in the value of the linen. In order to act as such a mirror of value, the labor of tailoring must reflect nothing besides its own abstract quality of being human labor generally. In tailoring, as well as in weaving, human labor power is expended. Both, therefore, possesses the general property of being human labor, and may, therefore, in certain cases, such as in the production of value, have to be considered under this aspect alone. There is nothing mysterious in this, but in the expression of value there is a complete turn of the tables. For instance, how is the fact that to be expressed that weaving creates the value of the linen, but not by virtue of being weaving as such, but by reason of its general property of being human labor? Simply by opposing to weaving that other particular form of concrete labor, in this instance tailoring, which produces the equivalent of the product of weaving. Just as the coat in its bodily form became a direct expression of value, so now does tailoring, a concrete form of labor, appear as the direct and palpable embodiment of human labor generally. Hence, the second peculiarity of the equivalent form is that concrete labor becomes the form under which its opposite, abstract human labor, manifests itself. But because this concrete labor, tailoring in our case, ranks as, and is directly identified with, undifferentiated human labor, it also ranks as identical with any other sort of labor, and therefore with that embodied in the linen. Consequently, although, like all other commodity-producing labor, it is the labor of private individuals, yet at the same time it ranks as labor directly social in its character. This is the reason why it results in a product directly exchangeable with other commodities. We have then a third peculiarity of the equivalent form, namely that the labor of private individuals takes the form of its opposite, labor directly social in its form. The two latter peculiarities of the equivalent form will be more intelligible if we go back to the great thinker who was the first to analyze so many forms, whether of thought, society, or nature, and amongst them also the form of value. I mean Aristotle. In the first place, he clearly enunciates that the money form of commodities is only the further development of the simple form of value, i.e., of the expression of the value of one commodity in some other commodity taken as at random. For he says, 5 beds equals 1 house. Is not to be distinguished from 5 beds equals so much money. He further sees that the value relation which gives rise to this expression makes it necessary that the house should qualitatively be made the equal of the bed, and that without such an equalization, these two clearly different things could not be compared with each other as consumable quantities. Quote-unquote, exchange, he says, quote, cannot take place without equality, and equality not without commensurability. End quote. Here, however, he comes to a stop and gives up the further analysis of the form of value. Quote, it is, however, in reality impossible that such unlike things can be commensurable. End quote. I.e., qualitatively equal. Such an equalization can only be something foreign to their real nature, consequently only, quote, a makeshift for practical purposes, end quote. Aristotle, therefore, himself tells us what barred the way to his further analysis. It was the absence of any concept of value. What is that equals something? That common substance which admits of the value of the beds being expressed by a house. Such a thing, in truth, cannot exist, says Aristotle. And why not? Compared with the beds, the house does not represent something equal to them, insofar as it represents what is really equal, both in the beds and the house, and that is human labor. There was, however, an important fact which prevented Aristotle from seeing that to attribute value to commodities is merely a mode of expressing all labor as equal human labor, and consequently as labor of equal quality. Greek society was founded upon slavery, and had therefore for its natural basis the inequality of men and of their labor powers. The secret of the expression of value, namely that all kinds of labor are equal and equivalent because, and so far as they are human labor in general, cannot be deciphered until the notion of human equality has already acquired the fixity of a popular prejudice. This, however, is possible only in a society in which the great mass of the produce of labor takes the form of commodities, in which consequently the dominant relation between man and man is that of owners of commodities. The brilliancy of Aristotle's genius is shown by this alone, that he discovered, in the expression of the value of commodities, a relation of equality. The peculiar conditions of the society in which he lived alone prevented him from discovering what, quote-unquote, in truth, was at the bottom of this equality. 4. The elementary form of value considered as a whole. The elementary form of value of a commodity is contained in the equation expressing its value relation to another commodity of a different kind, or in its exchange relation to the same. The value of commodity A is qualitatively expressed by the fact that commodity B is directly exchangeable with it. Its value is quantitatively expressed by the fact that a definite quantity of B is exchangeable with a definite quantity of A. In other words, the value of a commodity obtains independent and definite expression by taking the form of exchange value. When, at the beginning of the chapter, we said in common parlance that a commodity is both a use value and exchange value, we were accurately speaking wrong. A commodity is a use value or object of utility and a value. It manifests itself as this twofold thing, that is, as soon as its value assumes an independent form, viz., the form of exchange value. It never assumes this form when isolated, but only when placed in a value or exchange relation with another commodity of a different kind. When once we know this, such a mode of expression does no harm. It simply serves as an abbreviation. Our analysis has shown that the form of expression of the value of commodity originates in the nature of value, and not that value and its magnitude originate in the mode of their expression as exchange value. This, however, is the delusion as well of the mercantilists and their recent revivers, Freire and Ganellet. Footnote 23. FLA Freire sos inspecteur des douanes, quote, des gouvernements considérés dans ses reports avec les commerces, end quote, Paris 1805, and Charles Ganellet, des systèmes d'économie politique, end quote, second edition, Paris 1821. Continuing, and others as also of their antipodes, the modern bagmen of free trade such as Bastiat. The mercantilists lay special stress on the qualitative aspect of the expression of value, and consequently on the equivalent form of commodities which attains its full perfection in money. The modern hawkers of free trade, who must get rid of their article at any price, on the other hand, lay most stress on the quantitative aspect of the relative form of value. For them, there consequently exists neither value nor magnitude of value, anywhere except in its expression by means of the exchange relation of commodities, that is, in the daily list of prices current. MacLeod, who has taken upon himself to dress up the confused ideas of Lombard Street in the most learned finery, is a successful cross between the superstitious mercantilist and the enlightened free trade bagman. A close scrutiny of the expression of the value A in terms of B, contained in an equation expressing the value relation of A to B, has shown us that within that relation, the bodily form of A figures only as a use value, the bodily form of B only as the form or aspect of value. The opposition or contrast existing internally in each commodity between use value and value is therefore made evident externally by two commodities being placed in such relation to each other, that the commodity whose value it is sought to express figures directly as a mere use value, while the commodity in which that value is to be expressed figures directly as a mere exchange value. Hence, the elementary form of value of the commodity is the elementary form in which the contrast contained in that commodity between use value and value becomes apparent. Every product of labor is, in all states of society, a use value, but it is only a definite historical epoch in a society's development that such a product becomes a commodity, viz. At the epoch when the labor spent on the production of a useful article becomes expressed as one of the objective qualities of that article, example as its value. It therefore follows that the elementary value form is also the primitive form under which a product of labor appears historically as a commodity, and that the gradual transformation of such products into commodities proceeds pari passu with the development of the value form. We perceive at first sight the deficiencies of the elementary form of value. It is a mere germ, which must undergo a series of metamorphoses before it can ripen into the price form. The expression of the value of commodity A in terms of any other commodity B merely distinguishes the value from the use value of A, and therefore places it merely in a relation of exchange with a single different commodity, B, but it is still far from expressing A's qualitative equality and quantitative proportionality to all commodities. To the elementary relative value form of a commodity, there corresponds the single equivalent form of one other commodity. Thus, in the relative expression of value of the linen, the coat assumes the form of equivalent, or of being directly exchangeable, only in relation to a single commodity, the linen. Nevertheless, the elementary form of value passes by an easy transition into a more complete form. It is true that by means of elementary form, the value of a commodity A becomes expressed in terms of one and only one other commodity, but that one may be a commodity of any kind: coat, iron, corn, or anything else. Therefore, according to as A is placed in relation with one or the other, we get for one and the same commodity different elementary expressions of value. Footnote 24. In Homer, for instance, the value of an article is expressed in a series of different things. Iliad 7, 472 to 475. Continuing. The number of such possible expressions is limited only by the number of the different kinds of commodities distinct from it. The isolated expression of A's value is therefore convertible into a series prolonged to any length of the different elementary expressions of that value. B. Total or expanded form of value. Z, A equals U, commodity B, or equals V commodity, or C, or equals W commodity, D, or equals commodity E, or etc. 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 10 pounds tea, or equals 40 pounds coffee, or equals 1/4 corn, or equals 2 ounces gold, or equals a half ton iron, or etc. Or equals etc. 1. The expanded relative form of value. The value of a single commodity, the linen for example, is now expressed in terms of numberless other elements of the world of commodities. Every other commodity now becomes a mirror of the linen's value. Footnote 25. For this reason, we can speak of the coat value of the linen when its value is expressed in coats, or of its corn value when expressed in corn, and so on. Every such expression tells us that what appears in the use values, coat, corn, etc., is the value of the linen. Quote, the value of any commodity denoting its relation in exchange, we may speak of it as corn value, cloth value, according to the commodity with which it is compared. And hence there are 1,000 different kinds of value, as many kinds of value as there are commodities in existence, and all are equally real and equally nominal. End quote. A critical dissertation on the nature, measures, and causes of value, chiefly in reference to the writings of Mr. Ricardo and his followers, end quote, by the author of the Essays on the Formation, etc., of Opinions, London, 1825, page 39. S. Bailey, the author of this anonymous work, a work which in its day created much stir in England, fancied that, by thus pointing out the various relative expressions of one and the same value, he had proved the impossibility of any determination of the concept of value. However narrow his own views may have been, yet that he laid his finger on some serious defects in the Ricardian theory is proved by the animosity with which he was attacked by Ricardo's followers. See the Westminster Review, for example. Continuing. It is thus that for the first time this value shows itself in its true light, as a congelation of undifferentiated human labor. For the labor that creates it now stands expressly revealed as labor that ranks equally with every other sort of human labor, no matter what its form, whether tailoring, plowing, mining, etc., and no matter, therefore, whether it is realized in coats, corn, iron, or gold. The linen, by virtue of the form of its value, now stands in a social relation no longer with only one other kind of commodity, but with the whole world of commodities. As a commodity, it is a citizen of that world. At the same time, the interminable series of value equations implies that, as regards the value of a commodity, it is a matter of indifference under what particular form or kind of use value it appears. In the first form, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, it might, for aught that otherwise appears, be pure accident, that these two commodities are exchangeable in definite quantities. In the second form, on the contrary, we perceive at once the background that determines and is essentially different form, this accidental appearance. The value of the linen remains unaltered in magnitude, whether expressed in coats, coffee, or iron, or in numberless different commodities. The property of as many different owners the accidental relation between two individual commodity owners disappears. It becomes plain that it is not the exchange of commodities which regulates the magnitude of their value, but on the contrary, that it is the magnitude of their value which controls their exchange proportions. 2. The particular equivalent form. Each commodity, such as coat, tea, corn, iron, etc., figures in the expression of value of the linen as an equivalent, and consequently as a thing that is of value. The bodily form of each of these commodities figures now as a particular equivalent form, one out of many. In the same way, the manifold concrete useful kinds of labor, embodied in these different commodities, rank now as so many different forms of the realization or manifestation of undifferentiated human labor. 3. Defects of the total or expanded form of value. In the first place, the relative expression of value is incomplete because the series representing it is interminable. The chain of which each equation of value is a link is liable at any moment to be lengthened by each new kind of commodity that comes into existence and furnishes the material for a fresh expression of value. In the second place, it is a many-colored mosaic of disparate and independent expressions of value. And lastly, if, as must be the case, the relative value of each commodity in turn becomes expressed in this expanded form, we get for each of them a relative value form different in every case, and consisting of an interminable series of expressions of value. The defects of the expanded relative value form are reflected in the corresponding equivalent form. Since the bodily form of each single commodity is one particular equivalent form amongst numberless others, we have, on the whole, nothing but fragmentary equivalent forms, each excluding the others. In the same way, also, the special concrete useful kind of labor, embodied in each particular equivalent, is presented only as a particular kind of labor, and therefore not as an exhaustive representative of human labor generally. The latter, indeed, gains adequate manifestation in the totality of its manifold, particular concrete forms, but in that case, its expression in an infinite series is ever incomplete and deficient in unity. The expanded relative value form is, however, nothing but the sum of the elementary relative expressions or equations of the first kind, such as 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, 20 yards of linen equals 10 pounds of tea, etc. Each of these implies the corresponding inverted equation. 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen, 10 pounds of tea equals 20 yards of linen, etc. In fact, when a person exchanges his linen for many other commodities and thus expresses its value in a series of other commodities, it necessarily follows that the various owners of the latter exchange them for the linen, and consequently expresses the value of their various commodities in one and the same third commodity, the linen. If then we reverse the series, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 10 pounds of tea, etc., that is to say, if we give expression to the converse relation already implied in the series, we get C, the general form of value. 1 coat, 10 pounds of tea. 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen. 10 pounds of tea equals 20 yards of linen. 40 pounds of coffee equals 20 yards of linen. 1 quart of corn equals 20 yards of linen. 2 ounces of gold equals 20 yards of linen. 1/2 a ton of iron equals 20 yards of linen. X commodity A, etc. equals 20 yards of linen. 1. The altered character of the form of value. All commodities now express their value, 1, in an elementary form, because in a single commodity, 2, with unity, because in one and the same commodity. This form of value is elementary and the same for all, therefore general. The forms A and B were fit only to express the value of a commodity as something distinct from its use value or material form. This first form A furnishes such equations as the following. 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen. 10 pounds of tea equals a half ton of iron. The value of the coat is equated to linen, that of the tea to iron. But to be equated to linen and again to iron is to be as different as are Lenin and iron. This form, it is plain, occurs practically only in the first beginning, when the products of labor are converted into commodities by accidental and occasional exchanges. The second form distinguishes in a more adequate manner than the first the value of a commodity from its use value, for the value of the coat is there placed in contrast under all possible shapes with the bodily form of the coat. It is equated to linen, to iron, to tea, in short, to everything else, only not to itself, the coat. On the other hand, any general expression of value common to all is directly excluded, for in the equation of value of each commodity, all other commodities now appear only under the form of equivalence. The expended form of value comes into actual existence for the first time so soon as a particular product of labor, such as cattle is no longer exceptionally, but habitually exchanged for various other commodities. The third and lastly developed form expresses the values of the whole world of commodities in terms of a single commodity set apart for the purpose, namely the linen, and thus represents to us their values by means of their equality with linen. The value of every commodity is now, by being equated to linen, not only differentiated from its own use value, but from all other use values generally, and is by that very fact expressed as that which is common to all commodities. By this form, commodities are, for the first time, effectively brought into relation with one another as values, or made to appear as exchange values. The two earlier forms either express the value of each commodity in terms of a single commodity of a different kind, or in a series of many such commodities. In both cases, it is, so to say, the special business of each single commodity to find an expression for its value, and this it does without the help of the others. These others, with respect to the former, play the passive parts of equivalence. The general form of value C results from the joint action of the whole world of commodities, and from that alone a commodity can acquire general expression of its value only by all other commodities simultaneously with it, expressing their values in the same equivalent, and every new commodity must follow suit. It thus becomes evident that since the existence of commodities as values is purely social, this social existence can be expressed by the totality of their social relations alone, and consequently that the form of their value must be a socially recognized form. All commodities being equated to linen now appear not only as qualitatively equal as values generally, but also as values whose magnitudes are capable of comparison. By expressing the magnitudes of their values in one and the same material, the linen, those magnitudes are also compared with each other. For instance, 10 pounds of tea equals 20 yards of linen, and 40 pounds of tea equals 20 yards of linen. Therefore, 10 pounds of tea equals 40 pounds of coffee. In other words, there is contained in 1 pound of coffee only 1/4 as much substance of value, labor, as is contained in 1 pound of tea. The general form of relative value, embracing the whole world of commodities, converts the single commodity that is excluded from the rest and made to play the part of equivalent, here the linen, into the universal equivalent. The bodily form of the linen is now the form assumed in common by the values of all commodities. It therefore becomes directly exchangeable with all and every of them. The substance linen becomes the visible incarnation, the social, crystallized state of every kind of human labor. Weaving, which is the labor of certain private individuals producing a particular article, linen acquires in consequence a social character, the character of equality with all other kinds of labor. The innumerable equations of which the general form of value is composed equate in turn the labor embodied in the linen to that embodied in every other commodity, and they thus convert weaving into the general form of manifestation of undifferentiated human labor. In this manner, the labor realized in the values of commodities is presented not only under its negative aspect, under which abstraction is made from every concrete form and useful property of actual work, but its own positive nature is made to reveal itself expressly. The general form is the reduction of all kinds of actual labor to their common character of being human labor generally, of being the expenditure of human labor power. The general value form, which represents all products of labor as mere conjugations of undifferentiated human labor, shows by its very structure that it is the social resume of the world of commodities. That form consequently makes it indisputably evident that in the world of commodities, the character possessed by all labor of being human labor constitutes its specific social character. 2. The interdependent development of the relative form of value and the equivalent form. The degree of development of the relative form of value corresponds to that of the equivalent form, but we must bear in mind that the development of the latter is only the expression and result of the development of the former. The primary or isolated relative form of value of one commodity converts some other commodity into an isolated equivalent. The expanded form of relative value, which is the expression of the value of one commodity in terms of all other commodities, endows those other commodities with the character of a particular equivalence differing in kind. And lastly, a particular kind of commodity acquires the character of universal equivalent, because all other commodities make it the material in which they uniformly express their value. The antagonism between the relative form of value and the equivalent form, the two poles of the volume form, is developed concurrently with that form itself. The first form, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, already contains this antagonism, without as yet fixing it. According as we read this equation forwards or backwards, the parts played by the linen and the coat are different. In the one case, the relative value of the linen is expressed in the coat. In the other case, the relative value of the coat is expressed in the linen. In this first form of value, therefore, it is difficult to grasp the polar contrast. Form B shows that only one single commodity at a time can completely expand its relative value, and that it acquires this expanded form only because and insofar as all other commodities are, with respect to it, equivalents. Here we cannot reverse the equation, as you can the equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, without altering its general character and converting it from the expanded form of value into the general form of value. Finally, the form C gives to the world of commodities a general social relative form of value because and insofar as thereby all commodities, with the exception of one, are excluded from the equivalent form. A single commodity, the linen, appears therefore to have acquired the character of direct exchangeability with every other commodity because and insofar as this character is denied to every other commodity. Footnote 26. It is by no means self-evident that this character of direct and universal exchangeability is, so to speak, a polar one, and as intimately connected with its opposite pole, the absence of direct exchangeability, as the positive pole of the magnet is with its negative counterpart. It may therefore be imagined that all commodities can simultaneously have this character impressed upon them, just as it can be imagined that all Catholics can be popes together. It is, of course, highly desirable in the eyes of the petit bourgeois, for whom the production of commodities is the nec plus ultra of human freedom and individual independence, and the inconveniences resulting from this character of commodities not being directly exchangeable should be removed. Proudhon's socialism is a working out of this Philistine utopia, a form of socialism which, as I have elsewhere shown, does not possess even the merit of originality. Long before his time, the task was attempted with much better successes by Bray and others. But for all that, wisdom of this kind flourishes even now in certain circles under the names of science. Never has any school played more tricks with the word science than that of Proudhon, for who begriffen das Stät zu richten sich in Rotschächen. Where the thoughts are absent, words are brought in as convenient replacements. Goethe's Faust. See Proudhon's Philosophy of Poverty. Continuing. The commodity that figures as universal equivalent is, on the other hand, excluded from the relative value form. If the linen or any other commodity serving as universal equivalent were at the same time to share in the relative form of value, it would have to serve as its own equivalent. We should then have 20 yards of linen equals 20 yards of linen. This tautology expresses neither value nor magnitude of value. In order to express the relative value of the universal equivalent, we must rather reverse the form C. This equivalent has no relative form of value in common with other commodities, but its value is relatively expressed by a never-ending series of other commodities. Thus, the expanded form of relative value, or form B, now shows itself as the specific form of relative value for the equivalent commodity. 3. Transition from the general form of value to the money form. The universal equivalent form is a form of value in general. It can therefore be assumed by any commodity. On the other hand, if a commodity be found to have assumed the universal equivalent form, form C, this is only because and insofar as it has been excluded from the rest of all other commodities as their equivalent, and that by their own act. And from the moment that this exclusion becomes finally restricted to one particular commodity, from that moment only, the general form of relative value of the world of commodities obtains real consistence and general social validity. The particular commodity with whose bodily form the equivalent form is thus socially identified now becomes the money commodity, or serves as money. It becomes the special social function of that commodity, and consequently its social monopoly, to play within the world of commodities the part of the universal equivalent. Amongst the commodities which in Form B figure as particular equivalents of the linen, and in Form C express in common their relative values in linen, this foremost place has been attained by one in particular, namely gold. If then, in Form C, we replace the linen by gold, we get D, the money form. 20 yards of linen equals 2 ounces of gold. 1 coat equals 2 ounces of gold. 10 pounds of tea equals 2 ounces of gold. 40 pounds of coffee equals 2 ounces of gold. 1 quarter of corn equals 2 ounces of gold. 1/2 ton of iron equals 2 ounces of gold. X commodity A equals 2 ounces of gold. In passing from A to Form B and from the latter to Form C, the changes are fundamental. On the other hand, there is no difference between Form C and D, except that, in the latter, gold has assumed the equivalent form in the place of linen. Gold is in Form D, what linen was in Form C, the universal equivalent. The progress consists in this alone, that the character of direct and universal exchangeability, in other words, that in the universal equivalent form has now, by social custom, become finally identified with the substance, gold. Gold is now money with reference to all other commodities, only because it was previously, with reference to them, a simple commodity. Like all other commodities, it was also capable of serving as an equivalent, either as simple equivalent in isolated exchanges, or as particular equivalent by the side of others. Gradually, it began to serve within varying limits as universal equivalent. So soon as it monopolizes this position in the expression of value for the world of commodities, it becomes the money commodity, and then, and not till then, does Form D become distinct from Form C. The general form of value become changed into the money form. The elementary expression of the relative value of a single commodity, such as linen, in terms of the commodities such as gold, that plays the part of money, is the price form of that commodity. The price form of the linen is therefore 20 yards of linen equals 2 ounces of gold, or if 2 ounces of gold, when coined, are 2 pounds, 20 yards of linen equals 2 pounds. The difficulty in forming a concept of the money form consists in clearly comprehending the universal equivalent form, and as a necessary corollary, the general form of value, Form C. The latter is deducible from Form B, the expanded form of value, the essential component element of which we saw is form A. 1 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or X commodity A equals Y commodity B. The simple commodity form is therefore the germ of the money form. Section 4. The fetishism of commodities and the secret thereof. A commodity appears at first sight a very trivial thing and easily understood. Its analysis shows that it is, in reality, a very queer thing, abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. So far as it is a value in use, there is nothing mysterious about it, whether we consider it from the point of view that by its properties it is capable of satisfying human wants, or from the point that those properties are the product of human labor. It is as clear as noonday that man, by his industry, changes the forms of the materials furnished by nature in such a way as to make them useful to him. The form of wood, for instance, is altered by making a table out of it. Yet for all that, the table continues to be that common everyday thing, wood. But so soon as it steps forth as a commodity, it is changed into something transcendent. It not only stands with its feet on the ground, but in relation to all other commodities, it stands on its head, and evolves out of its wooden brain grotesque ideas, far more wonderful than table turning ever was. Footnote 26a. In the German edition, there is the following footnote here. Quote, one may recall that China and the tables began to dance when the rest of the world appeared to be standing still, for encourager les autres, to encourage the others. End quote. The defeat of the 1848-49 revolutions was followed by a period of dismal political reaction in Europe. At that time, spiritualism, especially table turning, became the rage among the European aristocracy. In 1850-64, China was swept by an anti-feudal liberation movement in the form of a large-scale peasant war, the Taiping Revolt. Note by editors of the Marxist Engels collected works. Continuing. The mystical character of commodities does not originate, therefore, in their use value. Just as little does it proceed from the nature of the determining factors of value. For, in the first place, however varied the useful kinds of labor or productive activities may be, it is a psychological fact that they are functions of the human organism, and that each such function, whatever may be its nature or form, is essentially the expenditure of human brain, nerves, muscles, etc. Secondly, with regard to that which forms the groundwork for the quantitative determination of value, namely the duration of that expenditure or the quantity of labor, it is quite clear that there is a palpable difference between its quantity and quality. In all states of society, the labor time that it costs to produce the means of subsistence must necessarily be an object of interest to mankind, though not of equal interest in different stages of development. Footnote 27. Among the ancient Germans, the unit for measuring land was what could be harvested in a day, and was called tagwerk, or tagwan, journal, or terrajournalis, or diranellis, mansmed, etc. C.J.L. von Meyer, quote, Enleitung zur Geschichte der Mark, etc., Verfassung, end quote, München, 1854, page 129. And, continuing, and lastly, from the moment that men in any way work for one another, their labor assumes a social form. Whence then arises the enigmatical character of the product of labor, so soon as it assumes the form of commodities. Clearly, from this form itself, the equality of all sorts of human labor is expressed objectively by their products all being equally values. The measure of the expenditure of labor power by the duration of that expenditure takes the form of the quantity of value of the products of labor, And finally, the mutual relations of the producers within which the social character of their labor affirms itself take the form of a social relation between the products. A commodity is therefore a mysterious thing, simply because in it the social character of men's labor appears to them as an objective character stamped upon the product of that labor, because the relation of the producers to the sum total of their own labor is presented to them as a social relation, existing not between themselves, but between the products of their labor. This is the reason why the products of labor become commodities, social things whose qualities are at the same time perceptible and imperceptible by the sense. In the same way, the light from an object is perceived by us not as the subjective excitation of our optic nerve, but as the objective form of something outside the eye itself. But in the act of seeing, there is, at all events, an actual passage of light from one thing to another, from the external object to the eye. There is a physical relation between physical things, but it is different with commodities. There, the existence of the things, qua commodities, and the value relation between the products of labor which stamps them as commodities have absolutely no connection with their physical properties and with the material relations arising therefrom. There, it is a definite social relation between men that assumes in their eyes the fantastic form of a relation between things. In order, therefore, to find analogy, we must have recourse to the mist-enveloped regions of the religious world. In that world, the productions of the human brain appear as independent beings endowed with life, and entering into relation both with one another and the human race. So it is in the world of commodities with the products of men's hands. This I call the fetishism which attaches itself to the products of labor, so soon as they are produced as commodities, and which is therefore inseparable from the production of commodities. This fetishism of commodities has its origin, as the foregoing analysis has already shown, in the peculiar social character of the labor that produces them. As a general rule, articles of utility become commodities only because they are products of the labor of private individuals or groups of individuals who carry on their work independently of each other. The sum total of the labor of all these private individuals forms the aggregate labor of society. Since the producers do not come into social contact with each other until they exchange their products, the specific social character of each producer's labor does not show itself except in the act of exchange. In other words, the labor of the individual asserts itself as a part of the labor of society, only by means of the relations which the act of exchange establishes directly between the products and indirectly through them between the producers. To the latter, therefore, the relations connecting the labor of one individual with that of the rest appear not as direct social relations between individuals at work, but as what they really are, material relations between persons and social relations between things. It is only by being exchanged that the products of labor acquire, as values, one uniform social status, distinct from their varied forms of existence as objects of utility. This division of a product into a useful thing and a value becomes practically important only when exchange has acquired such an extension that useful articles are produced for the purpose of being exchanged, and their character as values has therefore to be taken into account beforehand during production. From this moment, the labor of the individual producer acquires socially a twofold character. On the one hand, it must, as a definite, useful kind of labor, satisfy a definite social want, and thus hold its place as part and parcel of the collective labor of all, as a branch of a social division of labor that has sprung up spontaneously. On the other hand, it can satisfy the manifold wants of the individual producer himself, only insofar as the mutually exchangeability of all kinds of useful private labor is an established social fact, and therefore the private useful labor of each producer ranks on an equality with that of all others. The equalization of the most different kinds of labor can be the result only of an abstraction from their inequalities, or of reducing them to their common denominator. Expenditure of human labor power, or human labor in the abstract. The twofold social character of the labor of the individual appears to him, when reflected in his brain, only under those forms which are impressed upon that labor in everyday practice by the exchange of products. In this way, the character that his own labor possesses of being socially useful takes the form of the condition that the product must be not only useful, but useful for others, and the social character that his particular labor has of being the equal of all other particular kinds of labor takes the form that all the physically different articles that are the products of labor have one common quality, viz. That of having value. Hence, when we bring the products of our labor into relation with each other as value, it is not because we see in these articles the material receptacles of homogeneous human labor. Quite the contrary. Whenever by an exchange we equate as values our different products, by that very act we also equate as human labor the different kinds of labor expended upon them. We are not aware of this, nevertheless we do it. Footnote 28. When, therefore, Gallieni says value is a relation between persons, quote, la richesse en una region de personnes, he ought to have added a relation between persons expressed as a relation between things. Gallieni de la Moneta, page 221. 8 of Costari's collection of Scrittore classici italiani di economia politica, parte moderna, Milano, 1803. Continuing. Value, therefore, does not stalk about with a label describing what it is. It is a value, rather, that converts every product into a social hieroglyphic. Later on, we try to decipher the hieroglyphic to get behind the secret of our own social products, for to stamp an object of utility as a value is just as much a social product as language. The recent scientific discovery that the products of labor, so far as they are values, are but material expressions of the human labor spent in their production, marks, indeed, an epoch in the history of the development of the human race, but by no means dissipates the mist through which the social character of labor appears to us to be an objective character of the products themselves. The fact that, in the particular form of production with which we are dealing, viz. The production of commodities, the specific social character of private labor, carried on independently, consists in the equality of every kind of that labor, by virtue of its being human labor, which character, therefore, assumes in the product the form of value. This fact appears to the producers, notwithstanding the discovery above referred to be just as real and final as the fact that after the discovery by science of the component gases of air, the atmosphere itself remained unaltered. What first of all practically concerns producers when they make an exchange is the question how much of some other product they get for their own. In what proportions the products are exchangeable. When these proportions have, by custom, attained a certain stability, they appear to result from the nature of the products, so that, for instance, 1 ton of iron and 2 ounces of gold appear as naturally to be of equal value as a pound of gold and a pound of iron, in spite of their different physical and chemical qualities, appear to be of equal weight. The character of having value, when once impressed upon products, obtains fixity only by reason of their acting and reacting upon each other as quantities of value. These quantities vary continually, independently of the will, foresight, and action of the producers. To them, their own social action takes the form of the action of objects, which rule the producers instead of being ruled by them. It requires a fully developed production of commodities before, from accumulated experience alone, the scientific conviction springs up that all the different kinds of private labor, which are carried on independently of each other, and yet as spontaneously developed branches of the social division of labor are continually being reduced to the quantitative proportions in which society requires them. And why? Because in the midst of all the accidental and ever fluctuating exchange relations between the products, the labor time socially necessary for their production forcibly asserts itself like an overriding law of nature. The law of gravity thus asserts itself when a house falls about our ears. Footnote 29. Quote, what are we to think of a law that asserts itself only by periodical revolutions? It is just nothing but a law of nature, founded on the what of knowledge of those whose action is the subject of it. End quote. Frederick Engels, quote, c'est une critique de national economy, end quote. And, quote, George Francis Joy Busher, end quote. Edited by Arnold Rouge and Karl Marx, Paris, 1844. Continuing, the determination of the magnitude of value by labor time is therefore a secret, hidden under the apparent fluctuations in the relative values of commodities. Its discovery, while removing all appearance of mere accidentality from the determination of the magnitude of the values of products, yet in no way alters the mode in which that determination takes place. Man's reflections on the forms of social life, and consequently also his scientific analysis of those forms, take a course directly opposite to that of their actual historical development. He begins, post festum, with the results of the process of development ready to hand before him. The characters that stamp products as commodities and whose establishment is a necessary preliminary to the circulation of commodities have already acquired the stability of natural, self-understood forms of social life before man seeks to decipher not their historical character, for in his eyes they are immutable, but their meaning. Consequently, it was the analysis of the prices of commodities that alone led to the determination of the magnitude of value, and it was the common expression of all commodities and money that alone led to the establishment of their characters as values. It is, however, just this ultimate money form of the world of commodities that actually conceals, instead of disclosing, the social character of private labor and the social relations between the individual producers. When I state that coats or boots stand in relation to London because it is the universal incarnation of abstract human labor, the absurdity of the statement is self-evident. Nevertheless, when the producers of coats and boots compare those articles with linen, or what is the same thing, with gold or silver as the universal equivalent, they express the relation between their own private labor and the collective labor of society in the same absurd form. The categories of bourgeois economy consist of such-like forms. They are forms of thought expressing with social validity the conditions and relations of a definite, historically determined mode of production, viz., the production of commodities. The whole mystery of commodities, all the magic and necromancy that surrounds the products of labor as long as they take the form of commodities, vanishes their force so soon as we come to other forms of production. Since Robinson Crusoe's experiences are a favorite theme with political economists, footnote 30, even Ricardo has his stories, la Robinson, quote, he makes the primitive hunter and the primitive fisher straightway, as owners of commodities, exchange fish and game, in the proportion in which labor time is incorporated in these exchange values. On this occasion, he commits the anachronism of making these men apply to the calculation, so far as their implements have to be taken into account, the annuity tables in current use on the London Exchange in the year 1817. The parallelograms of Mr. Owen appear to be the only form of society, besides the bourgeois form, with which he was acquainted. End quote. Karl Marx, Their Critique, etc., page 38, page 39. Continuing, let us take a look at him on his island. Moderate though he be, yet some few want he has to satisfy, and must therefore do a little useful work of various sorts, such as making tools and furniture, taming goats, fishing, and hunting. Of his prayers and the like we take no account, since they are a source of pleasure to him, and he looks upon them as so much recreation. In spite of the variety of his work, he knows that his labor, whatever its form, is but the activity of one and the same Robinson, and consequently that it consists of nothing but different modes of human labor. Necessity itself compels him to apportion his time accurately between his different kinds of work. Whether one kind occupies a greater space in his general activity than another depends on the difficulties, greater or less as the case may be, to be overcome in attaining the useful effect aimed at. This our friend Robinson soon learns by experience, and having rescued a watch, ledger, and a pen and ink from the wreck, commences, like a shoe-born Briton, to keep a set of books. His stock book contains a list of the objects of utility that belong to him, of the operations necessary for their production, and lastly, of the labor time that definite quantities of those objects have, on an average, cost him. All the relations between Robinson and the objects that form this wealth of his own creation are here so simple and clear as to be intelligible without exertion, even to Mr. Sedley Taylor, and yet those relations contain all that is essential to the determination of value. Let us now transport ourselves from Robinson's island, bathed in light, to the European Middle Ages shrouded in darkness. Here, instead of the independent man, we find everyone dependent, serfs and lords, vassals and suzerains, laymen and clergy. Personal dependence here characterizes the social relations of production just as much as it does the other spheres of life organized on the basis of that production. But for the very reason that personal dependence forms the groundwork of society, there is no necessity for labor and its products to assume a fantastic form different from their reality. They take the shape, in the transactions of society, of services in kind and payments in kind. Here the particular and natural form of labor, and not, as in society, based on production of commodities, its general abstract form is the immediate social form of labor. Compulsory labor is just a properly measured by time as commodity producing labor, but every serf knows that what he expends in the service of his lord is a definite quantity of his own personal labor power. The tithe to be rendered to the priest is more matter of fact than his blessing. No matter, then, what we may think of the parts played by the different classes of people themselves in the society, the social relations between individuals in the performance of their labor appear at all events as their own mutual personal relations, and are not disguised under the shape of social relations between the products of labor. For an example of labor in common or directly associated labor, you have no occasion to go back to that spontaneously developed form which we find on the threshold of the history of all civilized races. Footnote 31, quote, "A ridiculous presumption has lately got abroad that common property in its primitive form is specifically a Slavonian or even exclusively Russian form. It is the primitive form that we can prove to have existed amongst Romans, Teutons, and Celts, and even to this day we find numerous examples, ruins though they be, in India. A more exhaustive study of Asiatic, and especially of Indian forms of common property, would show how from the different forms of primitive common property, different forms of its dissolution have been developed. Thus, for instance, the various original types of Roman and Teutonic private property are deducible from different forms of Indian common property." End quote. Karl Marx, Zur Kritik, etc., page 10. You have one close at hand in the patriarchal industries of a peasant family that produces corn, cattle, yarn, linen, and clothing for home use. These different articles are, as regards the family, so many products of its labor, but as between themselves they are not commodities. The different kinds of labor, such as tillage, cattle, tending, spinning, weaving, and making clothes, which result in the various products are in themselves, and such as they are, direct social functions, because functions of the family, which, just as much as a society based on the production of commodities possesses a spontaneously developed system of division of labor. The distribution of the work within the family and the regulation of the labor time of the several members depend as well upon difference of age and sex as upon natural conditions varying with the seasons. The labor power of each individual, by its very nature, operates in this case merely as a definite portion of the whole labor power of the family, and therefore the measure of the expenditure of individual labor power by its duration appears here by its very nature as a social character of their labor. Let us now picture to ourselves, by way of change, a community of free individuals, carrying on their work with the means of production in common, in which the labor power of all the different individuals is consciously applied as the combined labor power of the community. All the characteristics of Robinson's labor are here repeated, but with this difference that they are social instead of individual. Everything produced by him was exclusively the result of his own personal labor, and therefore simply an object of use for himself. The total product of our community is a social product. One portion serves as fresh means of production and remains social, but another portion is consumed by the members as means of subsistence. A distribution of this portion amongst them is consequently necessary. The mode of this distribution will vary with the productive organization of the community and the degree of historical development attained by the producers. We will assume, but merely for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities, that the share of each individual producer in the means of subsistence is determined by his labor time. Labor time would, in that case, play a double part. Its appointment in accordance with a definite social plan maintains the proper proportion between the different kinds of work to be done and the various wants of the community. On the other hand, it also serves as a measure of the portion of the common labor borne by each individual, and of his share in the part of the total product destined for individual consumption. The social relations of the individual producers with regard both to their labor and to its products are, in this case, perfectly simple and intelligible, and that with regard not only to production, but also to distribution. The religious world is but the reflex of the real world. Note: this oft-quoted aphorism was included in the first English translation prepared by Ingalls and published in 1887. Readers should note that this observation is consistent with Marx's explanation above. There are numerous divergences between this English edition and the first German edition. Marx's Internet Archive. Continuing. And for a society based upon the production of commodities in which the producers in general enter into social relations with one another by treating their products as commodities of values, whereby they reduce their individual private labor to the standard of homogeneous human labor. For such a society, Christianity, with its cultus of abstract man, more especially in its bourgeois developments, Protestantism, theism, etc., is the most fitting form of religion. In the ancient Asiatic and other ancient modes of production, we find that the conversion of products into commodities, and therefore the conversion of men into producers of commodities, holds a subordinate place, which, however, increases in importance as the primitive communities approach nearer and nearer to their dissolution. Trading nations, properly so called, exist in the ancient world only in its interstices, like the gods of Epicurus in the Intermundia, or like Jews in the pores of Polish society. Those ancient social organisms of production are, as compared with bourgeois society, extremely simple and transparent. But they are founded either on the immature development of man individually who has not yet served the umbilical cord that unites him with his fellow men in a primitive tribal community or upon direct relations of subjection. They can arise and exist only when the development of the productive power of labor has not risen beyond a low stage, and when, therefore, the social relations within that sphere of material life, between man and between man and nature, are correspondingly narrow. This narrowness is reflected in the ancient worship of nature, and in the other elements of the popular religions. The religious reflex of the real world can, in any case, only then finally vanish, when the practical relations of everyday life offer to man none but perfectly intelligible and reasonable explanations with regard to his fellow men and to nature. The life process of society, which is based on the process of material production, does not strip off its mystical veil until it is treated as production by freely associated men, and is consciously regulated by them in accordance with a settled plan. This, however, demands for society a certain material groundwork, or set of conditions of existence which, in their turn, are the spontaneous product of a long and painful process of development. Political economy has indeed analyzed, however, incompletely. Footnote 32. The insufficiency of Ricardo's analysis of the magnitude of value, and his analysis is by far the best, will appear from the third and fourth books of this work. As regards value in general, it is the weak point of the classical school of political economy that it nowhere expressly, and with full consciousness, distinguishes between labor as it appears in the value of a product, and the same labor as it appears in the use value of that product. Of course, the distinction is practically made, since the school treats labor at one time and under its quantitative aspect, at another under its qualitative aspect. But it has not the least idea that when the difference between various kinds of labor is treated as purely quantitative, their qualitative unity or equality, and therefore their reduction to abstract human labor, is implied. For instance, Ricardo declares that he agrees with Destutt de Chassis in this proposition, quote, "As it is certain that our physical and moral faculties are alone our original riches, the employment of those faculties, labor of some kind, is our only original treasure, and it is always from this employment that all those things are created which we call riches. It is certain, too, that all those things only represent the labor which has created them, and if they have a value, or even two distinct values, they can only derive them from that, the value of the labor from which they emanate." End quote. Ricardo, The Principles of Political Economy, 3rd edition, London, 1821, page 334. We would here only point out that Ricardo puts his own more profound interpretation upon the words of Destutt. What the latter really says is that, on the one hand, all things which constitute wealth represents the labor that creates them, but that, on the other hand, they acquire their quote-unquote two different values, use value and exchange value, from quote-unquote the value of labor. He thus falls into the commonplace error of the vulgar economists who assume the value of one commodity, in this case labor, in order to determine the values of the rest. But Ricardo reads him as if he had said that labor, not the value of labor, is embodied both in use value and exchange value. Nevertheless, Ricardo himself pays so little attention to the twofold character of the labor which has a twofold embodiment, that he devotes the whole of his chapter on value and riches, their distinctive properties, to a laborious examination of the trivialities of a J.B. say. And at the finish he is quite astonished to find that Destutt, on the one hand, agrees with him as to labor being the source of value, and on the other hand with J.B. say as to the notion of value. Continuing, value in its magnitude and has discovered what lies beneath these forms, but it has never once asked the question why labor is represented by the value of its product in labor time by the magnitude of that value. Footnote 33. It is one of the chief failings of the classical economy that it has never succeeded, by means of its analysis of commodities, and in particular of their value, in discovering that form under which value becomes exchange value. Even Adam Smith and Ricardo, the best representatives of the school, treat the form of value as a thing of no importance, as having no connection with the inherent nature of commodities. The reason for this is not solely because their attention is entirely absorbed in the analysis of the magnitude of value. It lies deeper. The value form of the product of labor is not only the most abstract, but is also the most universal form taken by the product in bourgeois production, and stamps that production as a particular species of social production, and thereby gives it its special historical character. If then we treat this mode of production as one internally fixed by nature for every state of society, we necessarily overlook that which is the differentia specifica of the value form, and consequently of the commodity form, and of its further developments, money form, capital form, etc. We consequently find that economists who are thoroughly agreed as to labor time being the measure of the magnitude of value have the most strange and contradictory ideas of money, the perfected form of the general equivalent. This is seen in a striking manner when they treat of banking, where the commonplace definitions of money will no longer hold water. This led to the rise of a restored mercantile system, Ganelli, etc., which sees in value nothing but a social form, or rather, the unsubstantial ghost of that form. Once for all, I may here state that by classical political economy, I understand that economy which, since the time of W. Petty, has investigated the real relations of production in bourgeois society in contradistinction to vulgar economy, which deals with appearances only, ruminates without seizing on the materials long since provided by scientific economy, and there seeks plausible explanations of the most obtrusive phenomena for bourgeois daily use, but for the rest confines itself to systematizing in a pedantic way and proclaiming for everlasting truths the trite ideas held by the self-complacent bourgeoisie with regard to their own world, to them the best of all possible worlds. Continuing. These formulae, which bear its stamp upon them in unmistakable letters that they belong to a state of society in which the process of production has the mastery over man, instead of being controlled by him, such formulae appear to the bourgeois intellect to be as much a self-evident necessity imposed by nature as productive labor itself. Hence, forms of social production that preceded the bourgeois form are treated by the bourgeoisie in much the same way as the fathers of the church treated pre-Christian religions. Footnote 34. Quote, Les économistes ont une singulière manière de procéder. Ils ignorent projex que Dieu sortir de ses institutions. C'est le style ariat et c'est le style de la nature. Les institutions de la féodalité sont des institutions artificielles. C'est le style de la bourgeoisie sont des institutions naturelles. Ils ressemblent une société diligente qui est aussi stabilisante des sorties de religions. Toute religion qui n'est pas la vie est une invention des humanistes, tandis que la propre religion est une invention de Dieu. Así il y a de la historia, mas il y a in a plus. End quote. Quote, economists have a singular method of procedure. There are only two kinds of institutions for them, artificial and natural. The institutions of feudalism are artificial institutions, those of the bourgeoisie are natural institutions. In this, they resemble the theologians, who likewise established two kinds of religion. Every religion which is not theirs is an invention of men, while their own is an emanation from God. Thus, there has been history, but there is no longer any. End quote. Karl Marx, Mesure de la philosophie, Réponse et la philosophie de la mesure par mes Proudhon, 1847, page 113. Surely comical is Mr. Bastiat, who imagines that the ancient Greeks and Romans lived by plunder alone. But when people plunder for centuries, there must always be something at hand for them to seize. The objects of plunder must be continually reproduced. It would be thus appear that even Greeks and Romans had some process of production, consequently an economy which just as much constituted the material basis of their world, as bourgeois economy constitutes that of our modern world. Or perhaps Bastiat means that a mode of production based on slavery is based on a system of plunder. In that case, he treads on dangerous ground. If a giant thinker like Aristotle erred in his appreciation of slave labor, why should a dwarf economist like Bastiat be right in his appreciation of wage labor? I seize this opportunity of shortly answering an objection taken by a German paper in America to my work, Zur Kritik der Political Economie, 1859. In the estimation of that paper, my view that each special mode of production and the social relations corresponding to it, in short, that the economic structure of society is the real basis on which the judicial and political superstructure is raised, and to which definite social forms of thought correspond, that the mode of production determines the character of the social, political, and intellectual life generally. All this is very true for our own times, in which material interests preponderate, but not for the Middle Ages, in which Catholicism, nor the Athens and Rome, where politics reigned supreme. In the first place, it strikes one as an odd thing for anyone to suppose that these well-worn phrases about the Middle Ages and the ancient world are unknown to anyone else. This much, however, is clear, that the Middle Ages could not live on Catholicism, nor the ancient world on politics. On the contrary, it is the mode in which they gained a livelihood that explains why here politics and their Catholicism play the chief part. For the rest, it requires but a slight acquaintance with the history of the Roman Republic. For example, to be aware that its secret history is the history of its landed property. On the other hand, Don Quixote, long ago, paid the penalty for wrongly imagining that knight-errancy was compatible with all economic forms of society. Continuing. To what extent some economists are misled by the fetishism inherent in commodities, or by the objective appearance of the social characteristics of labor, is shown amongst other ways by the dull and tedious quarrel over the part played by nature in the formation of exchange value. Since exchange value is a definite social manner of expressing the amount of labor bestowed upon an object, nature has no more to do with it than it has in fixing the course of exchange. The mode of production in which the product takes the form of commodity, or is produced directly for exchange, is the most general and most embryonic form of bourgeois production. It therefore makes its appearance at an early date in history, though not in the same predominating and characteristic manner as nowadays. Hence, its fetish character is comparatively easy to be seen through. But when we come to more concrete forms, even this appearance of simplicity vanishes. Whence arose the illusions of the monetary system? To it, gold and silver, when serving as money, did not represent a social relation between producers, but were natural objects with strange social properties. A modern economy, which looks down with such disdain on the monetary system, does not its superstition come out as clear as noonday, whenever it treats of capital? How long is it since economy discarded the physiocratic illusion that rents grow out of the soil and not out of society? But not to anticipate, we will content ourselves with yet another example relating to the commodity form. Could commodities themselves speak? They would say, Our use value may be a thing that interests men. It is not part of us as objects. What, however, does belong to us as objects is our value. Our natural intercourse as commodities proves it. In the eyes of each other, we are nothing but exchange values. Now listen how those commodities speak through the mouth of the economist. Quote-unquote value, i.e. exchange value, quote, is a property of things, riches, quote, i.e. use value, quote, of man. Value, in this sense, necessarily implies exchanges. Riches do not, quote. Footnote 35, quote, observations on certain verbal disputes in political economy, particularly relating to value and to demand and supply. London, 1821, page 16. Continuing, quote-unquote, riches, use value, are the attribute of men. Value is the attribute of commodities. A man or a commodity is rich. A pearl or a diamond is valuable, end quote. A pearl or a diamond is valuable as a pearl or a diamond. 36. S. Bailey, page 165. So far, no chemist has ever discovered exchange value either in a pearl or a diamond. The economic discoveries of this chemical element, who by lay special claim to critical acumen, find, however, that the use value of objects belongs to them independently of their material properties, while their value, on the other hand, forms a part of them as objects. What confirms them in this view is the peculiar circumstance that the use value of objects is realized without exchange, by means of a direct relation between the objects and man, while, on the other hand, their value is realized only by exchange, that is, by means of social process. Who fails here to call to mind our good friend, Dogberry, who informs neighbor Sequo that, quote, to be a well-favored man is the gift of fortune, but reading and writing comes by nature, end quote. Footnote 37. The author of Observations, and S. Bailey, accused Ricardo of converting exchange value from something relative into something absolute. The opposite is the fact. He has explained the apparent relation between objects such as diamonds and pearls, in which relation they appear as exchange values, and disclosed the true relation hidden behind the appearances, namely their relation to each other as mere expressions of human labor. If the followers of Ricardo answer Bailey somewhat rudely, and by no means convincingly, the reason is to be sought in this, that they were unable to find in Ricardo's own works any key to the hidden relations existing between value and its form, exchange value.